depois eu vou ver, a internet dele, a comunidade dele é tudo. E à noite vai ter um desses. Eu tenho um vídeo pra falar. Ah, eu vou ter tempo nesse agora. Quando dá pra ficar no computador. Vai lá. Eu tô com medo de me subir aparecer aqui e nem ia atrapalhar meu vídeo. Ia atrapalhar tudo. Eu tô com anemia. Com essas fraquezas esquisitas. Em pleno calorão. Tá dando sono. Também eu não pego sol, né? Só fico em casa e só saio pra ir pra escola. Por isso que eu vou terminar logo esse curso pra fazer outra coisa. Tô ficando pálido igual vampiro. Eu não pego mais sol, né? Né, tinha uma época do ano que tava bem pálido mesmo. 2021, no auge da pandemia, eu tava mais pálido que o vampiro. Aí quando fui pra praia, me lasquei todinho. Aí ficou cheio de bolha no ombro por causa do sol. Tô ficando pálido igual vampiro. Para missões, né? Sem tempo. Tipo, nada de passeio hoje, sem enrolações, né? Vou falar com a Flávia tá indo, né? Falar com a Naide. É aquela que tá bem rouca. Vou esperar na TV, não. A primeira vez que minha sobrinha vai querer mexer em tudo. Aí eu mexer no controle da TV. Botar aqui a câmera. Oi. Aqui mesmo. Vai ser. Não vai atrapalhar nada, não. Pois é, cara, então tá. Dando pra ouvir alguma coisa, tá bom. Tá muito grande a tela da webcam. Ah, não vai atrapalhar nada, não.
Hi, that's what I'll make tonight.
Ad Astra Abyssosk. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild.
Viu como tá rouca a caixinha de som? Tá ruim mesmo. Ah, tá. Ainda não veio. Eu só jogo à noite e não veio ainda a expedição. Então, vou falar com a Naida. Sem tempo, hein? Sem tempo para enrolações. Aqui. O meu é de baixo, né? Mas deixa pra lá. Tá uma caixinha de som, mas vai ficar boa, né? Os personagens vão começar a falar, né? Eu vou esperar na TV, não. E nem usar aquela caixinha azul, porque vai acabar a bateria rapidinho. Mesmo carregando na tomada. Eu estou vendo essas... O home theater. Ah, tu falei de alguma coisa. É, tá de dia, né? Tipo, vai ser a tarde toda de vídeo. Vou ter muito tempo. Com licença. Não, é só pra coçar o olho. Coçar o olho porque tá ardendo. Ela tá me esperando lá. Tá com... Nem esperou eu chegar. Espero que não tenha entrado o jogador, né? Porque eu deixo pra recusar, né? Ah, tá, isso. Mal cheguei esse meio que já catou pelo braço e já levou.
We're still in the same day! Nahida, you already knew last night that we didn't break out of the Samsara? Why didn't you tell us?
Como tá ruim, cara?
Would there have been a point? You would have spent the night with new worries, with tomorrow still out of reach. In that case, you might as well rest within that brief moment of hope. An opportunity like that doesn't come by often, and I thought it might help you clear your minds.
Paimon thought that Duke did that! Oh, whatever. Guess you were looking out for us after all.
Of course. In the time we've been together, you two have been everything to me.
Paimon's flattered and everything, but maybe you're taking things a little fast.
What I mean is, even though I had asked you to solve this puzzle, you two are still the only ones who can see me and sense my presence. In other words, if you weren't here, I may as well not exist. That's why you two have been everything to me. Get it?
Quando eu tinha foto com ela.
Nahida's talking about confusing stuff again.
Tá repetindo de novo porque eu saí fora, né, da missão.
Anyway, that's enough chit-chat. So, Traveler, did the new clues yesterday help you gain a new understanding of the situation?
Pô, não tem outra opção, então...
Huh? Why are you scrapping your previous theory? Oh, yeah! You're right! Gosh, how did we not notice that? In a simple time loop, people's physical conditions should also reset.
So, what's your new hypothesis?
Ah, não, velho. Ai, coisa chata do cara. Quem faz isso é chato.
That doesn't sound right. I need to carefully think. Mercenaries rely heavily on muscle memory, and Dia was able to use her... The beep is a prompt tone for Akasha op... That doesn't sound right. I need to carefully...
Bom, tá sobrando aí.
Okay, Nahida said the Akasha... That doesn't sound right. We've already experienced the Sub-Zero... That doesn't sound right.
É isso.
Oh! Then the beep we hear every night could just be indicating the deletion of our memories. That's why when we wake up, everyone thinks the Sub-Zero's festival hasn't happened yet. It's already the next day, but everyone still thinks it's the day before. But muscle memory can't be erased. That's why Dia has been getting better at using her greatsword. Now everything makes sense.
A brilliant deduction.
Não, tipo, não faz sentido eu espelhar uma cara.
Nahida, tell us if we're right or wrong.
A tela do PC vai ver a TV
To
tudo.
put it simply, it's as if you've mistaken a pyro crystal fly for a firefly in the night. You lost sight of its true nature because you focused too much on your perception that it glows.
That isn't simple at all.
PC quando tá na TV. Então não faz sentido eu espelhar.
Why don't you go talk to Miss Dia again? You might learn something new.
Right. She did help us find our latest clue after all. Let's go.
Vai lá. Antes eu vou fazer uma coisa que eu queria fazer ontem. Conheci essa dona Naida, né? Onde eu esqueci de fazer isso, hoje eu vou fazer. Onde eu tirei a foto dela. Pronto. Onde eu tinha esquecido. É tão fofinho. Agora aqui, ó. Eu vou tirar foto de vários ângulos, né? Foto das personagens. Sim. Minha bebezinha, minha elfa. Pronto. É tão fofinho. Agora de frente agora. Pronto, agora vamos postar essa, tirando foto das famosas. Ai, socorro. Assim. Ótimo. A foto ficou boa. É tão fofinho. A elfa. Yeah. Eu quero aproveitar e dar um cheiro nela. Oi. Eita, nós. Outra fotinha. Guarda a foto dela como lembrança. Essa minha elfa bem fofinha. Oi. Não, eu batalhei, né, pra conseguir chegar até ela, né? As missões, né? Fazer minha bebê até logo. Vou ver aqui como é que tá. Ô, caramba. A minha elfa. Tô enrolando, velho. Tô enrolando. Eu quero ficar pertinho dela. Tipo, o tempo todo. A minha elfa aí. Eita, o sol batendo bem na minha cara. Ela tá me obcecando. Ai. Minha bebezinha. No fim. Ela disse sumiu. Ela na verdade é uma deusa grega. É, colocar esse nome porque é tudo fictício no jogo. Mas na verdade ela é a deusa Atena. Grega. Olha os cabelinhos. Olha o cabelo dela amarrado. Fez, sai. Captura de cada deixou o cabelo. Ela é coberta de folhas. Cabelo de detalhes, né? E ela me lembra. Bom, mais ou menos. Ela me lembra aquela menina de 100 anos, né? É, do mesmo lugar também, né? Eu sou meio também. Essa me lembra essa menina. Pô, dá pra enrolar à vontade. Ah, me lembra essa menina aqui que eu vi. Daqui, ó. Lembra mais ou menos. De 100 anos. Será que eu acredito nisso? Será que eu devo acreditar nisso? Será que eu devo acreditar nisso pra ter 100 anos? A mais velha de todas. Ah, duvido que ela tem 100 anos. Ela é bebezinha. Agora você quer acreditar que tem 100 anos porque é uma elfa, né? E os elfos vivem centenas de anos. Ou eu vou ter a tarde inteira pra fazer essas missões. Deixa eu dar um cheiro nessa menina aqui, por fim. Essa elfa aqui. A caixinha tá ruim, mas vai ficar boa depois. A minha elfa aí. Pelo menos essa caixinha não pega fogo, porque tá pipocando. Oi, minha elfa. Quer dizer, com tudo isso aí. Oi, elfa aí. Será que eu posso tocar essa cara desse? Que elfa mais fofinho. Meu, amo essa garota. Vou largar aqui e vou ficar essa menina aqui, vi. É sério? Vou largar aqui e vou ficar com essa aqui. Sério? Não é zoeira? Vou ficar com essa menina aqui, cara. Na ilha. Eu já conheci essa elfa em outras vidas. Bom, agora deixa eu fazer as missões sem fazer. Ah, bem aqui, é perto. E onde eu tô? Tô bem ali em cima. Então vou aqui, teleportar. Tá, uma caixinha, mas não foi mal não. Aqui tem. Depois eu falo com elas precisar. Domingão, de vídeo, enfim.
There you are. Really took me a while to find you.
As expected, Dia also didn't get hurt today.
Get hurt? Why would I? Don't underestimate me.
Ah, não subestima.
Well, you're still getting used to your new greatsword.
Nova espada.
Huh. Truth be told, I also think it's pretty strange. It just suddenly felt so familiar in my hands and... wait a second! How did you know I got a new greatsword to begin with? I didn't tell anyone about it.
Traveler, could you explain the situation to her today? Paimon's gotten a little sick of doing it.
É, dia do ponto.
Oh, that works.
Ah, sim.
What happened to you guys while I was gone? Did you get brainwashed by some cult?
Ela vai ser livre.
Don't think too hard about it. Just take what we're saying at face value.
All right then, let me get this straight. You're telling me that my body's already gotten used to this greatsword, but my brain just doesn't remember it?
Yes, your memory's being erased every day.
Then I'd have to disagree. That's impossible.
Acho que minha defeita no
Oh?
tô de boa.
Why do you think that?
If we've actually been reliving the Sub-Zero's festival day after day, then what happened to the things we used, the money we spent, the food we ate? Common sense says my wallet should have emptied itself a long time ago. There's no way I wouldn't have noticed that.
É.
Right. They could use the Akasha to record what everyone did that day, and then use the city's resources to replenish everything. It's not very likely, but it's also not impossible.
No, it is impossible. I've got proof.
You have proof? Where?
You two are surprisingly serious about this nonsensical discussion. Fine, I'll play along for a little longer. Come with me, Miss Dunyarzad. Please come along as well. I still can't guarantee that this area is safe.
Paimon can't believe it's Dia who wants to show us something this time. 2 days ago, we were the ones taking her to see Dunyarzad.
Lembra daqui? Lembra, né? Então, joguei carta com a menina aquela vez.
This new ship.
E deve ter alguma esquisita. Quem é tu? Ah, tá. Eu tô. Ó, eu ganhei dele também, lembra? Pra quem não sabe o que é a fé, é isso aqui, ó. Isso é só missões, nada de passeio, só missões. Vai ver até onde vai dar. Eu tenho que vir pra cá.
This is it.
Huh? This is a wooden training dummy. What about it?
See those marks on the dummy? Those are the result of several days' worth of practice. Let's say the sages didn't replace it every day. Shouldn't it be hacked to pieces by now?
That's true, but what if they did?
Then the sages would have had to reproduce every mark I left during previous training sessions. I'm a professional fighter. My martial school has always emphasized the importance of refined control. The force, angle, and entry point of each strike is calculated and deliberate. That's why I remember every mark on the dummy, as well as my state of mind as I made each strike. It's just as they say, each swordsman has their own unique style, and even the same swordsman can't make the same cut twice. It would be impossible to copy these marks.
Isn't really impossible? What if they used some fancy machine to carve every single mark?
People often say that a camera's photo can never replace an artist's painting because the former has no spirit to it. The same thing applies here. At a mere glance, I can differentiate carved marks from the results of combat training. Whew, I hope that cleared things up for you. Hey, is this that new brain exercise game that's been super popular with the scholars lately? It's surprisingly fun. Anyway, it's getting late. I should escort Miss Dunyarzad to Nilu's stage. See you later.
Well, back to square one. Is our memory deletion theory also wrong? But at least we've reached some other conclusions in the meantime. Yep, that's true. So, can we think of any new ideas right now? Strange? Paimon feels like everything's been strange lately. Huh? Leaving the city? You're right! It's really strange how we never thought of such a simple solution! Many things should become clear if we can confirm the flow of time outside of the city. Paimon can't believe it! Did we miss this because we're tunnel visioning too hard on our other theories? Or because we're just too tired? How about we go back and ask Nahida? Maybe we've forgotten something about leaving the city.
Nem falar com a menina de novo, pai. Ainda. Ah, ok. Ele lembra ali. E tinha um cara morrendo com uma doença terminal também. É bem aqui, viu? A minha tá lá, né? Na ilha. Você lembra daqui que eu mostrei aqui, então? Aqui daqui é ela, cara. Esse hospital aí que eu vou... Posso até chegar mencionando. A minha elfa. Minha elfa bem fofinha. Eu amo essa menina aí. Cada um cheio, né? Os agarros dela. Oi. Uh. A elfa. Ela que governa tudo isso aí. Eu falo com ela.
Nahida, we're back!
You're back early today. Did you find something new?
Sort of. We're mostly sure now that we're not in a time loop. And we also aren't in the real world. But at the same time, we have a new question.
Bom, só ela pra decidir.
Leaving the city. As far as I remember, you've mentioned your plans to do that twice before.
Oxe, eu já disse isso, não lembro.
We did? But we don't remember anything. What happened after we talked about those plans? What did we say when we got back?
Let me think. I don't think you ever actually told me what the outcome was. Oh, it's probably more accurate to say that both times you never came back the whole night. But you two sometimes stay out the entire night anyway, so at the time, I didn't think too much about it.
It is true that sometimes we lose track of time during our investigations. Before we know it, it'll already be the next day. But still, neither of us remember anything about leaving town.
Isso tá me assustando.
Really? That's kinda strange. In theory, I should have already awakened all your memories.
Vamos tentar a minha.
Yep, something here's definitely fishy. Let's get to the bottom of this tomorrow.
Vamos tentar de novo a minha. Eu já tomar um cafezinho, comprar uma saca de café.
Our memories are back! About that, well, where should Paimon begin?
Traveler, aside from your memories that were just restored, I have another message for you.
Oxe, que mensagem.
Listen to it and you'll understand.
Can't go back. There are countless spaces here. Our Sub-Zeru's festival in Sumeru City is just one of them.
Traveler, you should be missing 2 days' worth of memories. Paimon will fill you in.
2 dias atrás.
It's time to carry out our plan from yesterday. Okay, let's go!
Ah, isso eu não me lembro de ter acontecido. Por que eu não me lembro disso? Sei lá. E aí, minha bebezinha? Ah, na ilha, acontecendo. Minha bebezinha, minha elfa bem fofinha. Aí cheio de talco. É, as plantas que ela fica bem cheia, né? Até que cheio de boneca nova, sabe? É, vou fazer de novo. Eu nunca tinha feito isso aqui. Oh, ô louco. Pior que eu não me lembrava de ter feito isso. Mas tá bom. Eu lembro que 2 dias atrás também eu fiz isso aqui. Bom, isso lembra, né? Então. Já foi quase tudo aqui. É, memória do passado. Ok. Então eu vou indo. Vou me indo. Deve ter que falar de conto de férias. Não sei se eu já mostrei. O menino. Não, deixa eu falar.
Why can't we leave the city? What is the academia up to now?
Don't ask me. It's not like I can tell you anything. This is a direct order from the Grand Sage. Just wait until tomorrow.
I have a real emergency. My goods have already arrived at Port Ormos. If I don't hurry, they'll be stolen.
That's your problem. Make sure you make a request in advance next time.
But it's not like you can just predict business matters in advance.
It looks like the Academia already announced a lockdown for Sumeru City today. How completely unsurprising. Let's go and question them. Hello, sir. Why can't we leave the city today?
Here we go again. Don't ask me. I don't know either. We just received an order that no one is allowed to enter or exit Sumeru today. They didn't tell us anything else.
Eu também disse tudo 2 dias atrás. Não sei se lembra.
Angering me won't get you anywhere. If I had that kind of insider info, I would have left this stupid post long ago.
Eu não quero lutar com ninguém, certo?
It looks like he really doesn't know. If we can't get anything out of him, let's take matters into our own hands. Why don't we climb over the walls? Those guards can't be everywhere at once. This is a good spot, and the guard hasn't noticed us at all. Let's hurry!
Ela vai ficar aqui.
Huh? Why? Are you going to leave Paimon behind?
Ah,
But what if things get really weird out there and you get into some trouble? Then Paimon won't be able to help you.
essa é inútil.
Oh, Paimon knows that Paimon can't do much, but we've always been together, haven't we? Okay. Paimon will wait for you. Promise Paimon that you'll come back as soon as possible. Just a quick look.
Eu que imaginei olhando pra cena.
And please, be careful.
Ela descendo.
Memories!
Hã? Como assim? Tentar sair dessa.
Traveler! Paimon thought Paimon would never see you again! You just disappeared! Paimon waited for you for hours and hours at the city wall and you never came back! You promised Paimon that you were only taking a quick look!
Tô entendendo.
Paimon, calm down. He's here now. I don't think he understood what you were saying.
Paimon doesn't care! Paimon wanted to go look for you, but you also said that Paimon should stay! Paimon was so worried and so scared the entire day!
Ah, não me lembro de nada.
okay. Paimon will forgive you. The most important thing is that you didn't actually disappear. Oh, Paimon was so scared that you had gone into another world.
Okay, Paimon, can you tell us your perspective of what really happened yesterday? I see. Using two people's different perspectives.
After that, you left the city. Paimon kept her eyes on you the whole time, but then you disappeared in an instant. No way! Paimon was watching you with the fullest attention.
What's your perspective, Traveler? You sure you don't have any memory of this?
É pior que eu não lembro de nada.
I guess that explains everything. You also lost your memories the last 2 times you tried to leave the city. Those days' memories can't be awoken.
So, if we leave the city, our memories will be completely erased?
Oxe.
It really sounds like something big outside of the city is being hidden on purpose. But this way, we'll also never discover what's outside. Something like a message? But how can we send it back?
Don't look at me like that. I'm not used to being stared at. Well... Okay. You want something that can pass on messages, right? Give me some time and take care of Dunyar's out for me.
Yep, now we're talking.
Ela vai resolver.
I'm done. Here you go.
What? Isn't this just an Akasha terminal?
I made some little changes. Akasha terminals are already capable of sending messages. I just tweaked it so that it could connect to any node.
To make something like this? Nahida, you really know the Akasha like the back of your hand. Anyway, we can use this now to record a message, right?
Yep. I'll help you save the messages. It should be pretty easy to use. I just can't guarantee the user's status and signal coverage when they're outside the city.
We'll never know until we try. At least we're taking the initiative now.
A caixinha tá onde dá pra ouvir alguma coisa.
Let's go then. Let's expose those sages. All right. Paimon isn't as worried about being separated since it happened once yesterday. But Paimon still isn't happy about it. Okay, see you tomorrow, Traveler. That covers everything that's happened so far.
Yes. Although the signal was choppy and had some interference, we still managed to receive 2 messages from you when you were outside.
Okay, now that you understand what's going on, let's hear the messages together.
Can't go back. There are countless spaces here. Our Sub-Zero's festival in Sumeru City is just one of them. I've entered another space. Before me are flowing sandstone and howling fish. Impossible and surreal sights. All these spaces are empty except for the occasional ones that contain mute puppets rather than people. I can't sense any human presence.
Tem muita menina passando por ajudar. Ela tá petizando ali. E aí? O que diz?
That's one heck of an info dump. It sounds like you left the Sumeru city space when you set foot outside of the walls. But everything looked completely normal when Paimon was looking out from the inside. That's unbelievable. And if we take your word for it, the other spaces all had very weird contents.
There's another part here. We only received it last night.
These spaces have been disappearing one after the other, absorbed by something like a sun in the sky. And now, even the final space has also disappeared. Behind me, a lot of spaces just appeared again from thin air. I get it now! Those spaces are actually...
Tá, não me lembro disso.
Why did the message end right there? What did the traveler want to say? What are those spaces?
Probably because yesterday just happened to end at that moment.
Oh, right. Paimon did hear a beep from the Akasha. Did it come from here or from the message?
The message. It should have come from the Traveler's Akasha terminal.
After the beep, Traveler said even the final spaces also disappeared.
Traveler, what do you think that final space could have been?
Ai, ai, ai. Bom, deixa eu tentar isso.
All the bizarre spaces I saw outside the city had one thing in common: a lack of human presence.
E a resposta certa?
That doesn't sound right. I need to carefully
Eu tô
think.
chutando mesmo.
Was that space actually the real world? But wouldn't a real space just randomly disappearing like that be catastrophic?
E aí, é isso?
That doesn't sound right. I need to carefully think things
Eu
through.
vou tentar assim, ir chutando.
Was that space actually the real world? But wouldn't a real space just randomly disappearing like that be... Was that space actually the real world? But wouldn't a real... Was that space actually the real world? My impression is that each day in this samsara only ends at the sound of that beep from the Akasha.
Eu falei um bagulho errado, velho. Agora sim.
Oh, so that's what it is! After the sound of the beep, the final space, the Sub-Zero's festival, also disappears, and we're taken to the next day. Later on, Traveler also mentioned a bunch of new spaces materializing behind them. Do lots of new spaces appear every day?
Eu tô com medo de acabar no futuro.
Paimon's head is spinning.
Eu tô preocupado
Just
aqui.
what are these spaces anyhow?
Well, consider this. For all the horrors of the Archon War, at its heart, it was just a game where a bunch of gods fought over 7 seats. So no matter how strange or spooky things may look on the surface, maybe all they point to in the end is a small and simple secret.
Wow, the Archon War, huh? That's an analogy and a half.
Segredo.
Hey, where are you going?
Fica aí que eu já volto. Ah, organizar os pensamentos. Antes vou dar outro cheinho nessa ali. Deixa eu ver aqui o quadro de avisos. Busca sabedoria e não conhecimento. Isso aí. Isso aí é simplesmente incrível. Por mim eu deixava me levar lá com ela. Lá onde ficam os deuses lá em cima. Tá tão bonitinho. É mais tempo pra viver ainda. Traz em mim. Eu vou a pé. Vou teleportar. Pô, pra que festa, velho? Tem a tarde toda peixe. Não precisa festa. E tem um GPS pra me levar. Não precisa de festa pra andar em Sumeiro. Tem um GPS mesmo, não me perco. Perto do teletransporte. Andar um pouco é bom. Não, anda nesse lugar com o carro perder. Quem é essa mina aqui? Oi? Hoje não está tímido. Tá até olhando pra eu.
Welcome! I hope you'll have a wonderful day.
Tá tendo festa aí na vizinhança aí. Calma aí, com licença. Deixa eu dar uma olhada. Minha vizinha que eu gosto lá na frente, a menina. A festa é pra saber. A mina tá.
Welcome! I hope you'll have a wonderful day.
Oi, minha bebezinha. Hoje não está tímida, né? Vai estar bem alegre, né? Vai estar bem alegre também, né? É bom. Vai estar animada lá na frente, hein? Pô, eu quero conhecer melhor os vizinhos de perto. É que nessa rua aqui é bem desse mundo.
Welcome! I hope you'll have a wonderful day.
Tá, deixa eu te ver de perto. É bebezinho. Tá animada hoje? É bom, né? Tá conhecendo que eu já volto.
Do you want some alone time to think? All right then, Paimon won't disturb you.
Eita, como vai passar rápido. Eu nem percebo.
The dance of Sub-Zeros is about to begin. I'm going to go watch it.
Vai ver.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead, Dunyarzad? We still have some other stuff to do first.
Okay then. See you later.
Até já.
Have you figured it out yet, Traveler? Time is ticking away. Awesome! What is it? Paimon wants to know. Oh, wait, no. Let's meet up with Nahida first. You can tell us both together. This time, we're gonna get to the truth.
Esse é o festival. Falar com a minha deusa. Eu vou a pé, mas a pé dele. Meu, na terra dele eu vou andar a pé mesmo. Vou teleportar. Vou tipo pegue, né? Vou andar a pé mesmo. Como se tivesse pago no começo. Calma, deusa. Vou a pé mesmo. Só não prometi nada, mas é igual pagar promessa. Vou a pé mesmo, bicho. Vou a pé. Eu lembro dessa menina, você lembra? Eu lembro. Oi, minha bebezinha. É da tropa. bebezinha. Oxi, papota tá doido. Oi, minha bebezinha. Tá aí patrulhando, hein? Esse cachorro é chato, peraí. Ah, Pink é uma
Will I be
coelhinha.
able to see Nilu perform again? Go, go, Barret Bunny!
Pink é com coelhinho. Quer brincar? Brinca com coelhinho então. Esse cachorro é chato, né? Fica empurrando depois. Ah, tipo, ó, é violado. É violado, meu. Porque os cachorros de raça não ficam aí atrás, ele fica de boa na dele. Mas cachorro de raça fica de boa na dele. Não fica vindo atrás nem com a língua de fora nem nada. Falar aqui com a minha bebezinha. Cheguei, minha bebezinha. Que... Agora tem que eu apertar o F pra falar. Que é bom que quando é pra chegar perto eu já ativava, né, a missão. Oi, minha bebezinha. Minha bebezinha com mais nada. Ela é simplesmente incrível. É bebezinha. Tá deflagrado.
You're back! I've been waiting forever for you two. Judging by the looks on your faces,
Tá ruim, cara.
are you ready to take your Sub-Zero's exam and graduate from the festival? Okay, first off, have you discovered the hidden truth?
Não vou espelhar nada.
Okay, Nahida said the Akasha relied.
Se não for, vai lá.
That doesn't sound right. We've already experienced. That doesn't sound right.
Eu gosto de ficar chutando, eu gosto de...
All the bizarre spaces I saw out. Those spaces remind me of dreams. Like the one I had. That doesn't sound right. The moon illusion. That doesn't sound right.
Então é isso.
People in Sumeru don't dream.
E aí?
I can't. We are all in a dream.
People in Sumeru think they don't dream, but the truth is the Akasha steals their dreams without them knowing it. And those spaces with no human presence are stolen dreams without their host. That would explain why they sounded so weird when he was trying to describe them. Huh. So people in Sumeru do dream after all. In fact, we're all in one big dream together right
Só mais bem
now.
em cima dela que falta de respeito.
Correct answer. Now, how did you conclude that the Akasha is capable of this?
Tava mais bem em cima dela.
The Akasha relies on the power of a gnosis to operate.
That doesn't sound right.
Então é aqui.
It is the manifestation.
Oh, okay. Those dream-controlling creatures in the forest also get their power from the Dendro Archon, right? That would explain why the Akasha has the ability to control people's dreams, too. But is stealing everyone's dreams really how the Akasha compiles their wisdom? Isn't there anything more to it than that?
Dreams are fantastical, complex, and full of imagination. People's brains are the most active when they're dreaming. In other words, dreams are rich bundles of human wisdom.
So, in other words, the complete opposite of how Hypatia understood it. Paimon remembers her saying that the sages think dreams are foolish delusions, and the fact that no one dreams is a blessing from Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. So it was all a dirty trick? The real story is that the sages from the academia are using the Akasha to steal people's dreams for their own use, huh?
Oh? By the sounds of it, you understand the current situation pretty well. So then, what about the samsara?
Tá. Interpreta.
We've already experienced the Sub-Zeru's festival. That doesn't sound right. My mind feels exhausted. That doesn't sound right.
Tá, então vou aqui.
The Grand Sage said. That doesn't sound right.
Então aqui.
Those spaces kept disappearing before. Those dreamscapes kept
Ai, que porcaria, não é?
Correct. The Akasha is keeping each person's brain in a constant dream state, but also separating their consciousness from their own dream. Their disembodied consciousness is placed inside the collective dream of the Sub-Zeru's festival along with everyone else's, while their now vacant dreams are harvested by the Akasha. No one is any the wiser as another day passes in the dream, and so begins another samsara cycle. People wake up to yet another dream about the Sub-Zeru's festival. The dreams that belong to them are once again harvested by the Akasha, and so it continues.
So, this is like a dream factory, and the Akasha is a dream harvesting machine. Did Paimon get that analogy right?
Very good, Paimon. Using analogies well is an excellent habit to get into.
Okay, so that beep we keep hearing is actually from our real-life Akasha terminals. Taking off our terminals in this dream doesn't do anything.
All right, last question. Who am I?
Nossa. A lua? Ela é a lua, né? Que ela falou pra mim. Ela falou que eu lembro que ela falou.
They say that alchemical divination is the Dendro Archon's divine revelation.
Ela é a lua.
So that
Tá vendo? Eu lembro que ela falou isso.
So you know this.
Eu lembro que ela falou isso. A loja menor.
I thought that one would be the hardest question. That's why I put it last.
That wasn't hard at all. Even Paimon guessed that. Everything about you is different. We just didn't want to expose you is all. Now that you mention it, Nahida, you've been hinting to us since the very beginning. It's funny. Thinking back to when we were asking all over the place for info about Lesser Lord Kusanali, Paimon didn't expect to meet you like this.
Tá, tem muita pergunta.
Yes, those can wait until we're back in real life. On the other hand, I'd be happy to answer any more questions you have about here and now.
Opa. Tá.
You asked me this question before. My answer was, it would literally blow your minds. Now that you know this is all a dream, this answer should hopefully make more sense. Have you heard the saying, don't wake a sleepwalker? Likewise, if someone suddenly had told you all this instead of you learning it on your own, your notion of reality and dream would be thrown into irreversible confusion. I couldn't expose you to that kind of risk. That's why I could only give you very subtle hints and some suggestions. Long story short, I'm really sorry I had to keep you guessing.
E aqui?
Firstly, this dream we're in is completely based on reality. People have already experienced this Sub-Zeru's festival, so it would be very difficult for them to find anything that strikes them as surreal. Secondly, you're probably wondering why people don't have any memories from earlier samsara, right? That's because people don't remember their dreams most of the time anyway. And in any case, their actual dreams are being taken away from them by the Akasha. So whenever they wake up in this dream of the Sub-Zeru's festival, they don't remember anything from their previous identical dream.
That reminds Paimon. Traveler had a dream when we were in the Avidia forest, but couldn't see what it was about after waking up. Is that an example of what you mean?
Yes. Only after receiving the blessing of Dendro can a person gain the Dendro element's dream-enhancing power. That explains the feelings of deja vu. Meanwhile, everyone else has no idea that they are in the Sub-Zero's Festival Samsara, while their dreams are stolen from them over and over again.
Tá, agora chega. Ah, isso eu quero saber.
I know, right? Why did they have to base this dream on my birthday? Could it really just be a coincidence?
Even you don't know the reason? Wow, now that's strange.
The Academia sages are determined to harvest lots of dreams in a short time, no matter the cost. They have to be up to no good. Unfortunately, I don't know anything about it. Traveler, do you have any information?
Eu viajei de tão longe pra isso, Niper. Pra ver a mina tão longe. Ah, não, de novo não, velho.
Those spaces remind me of...
E aí?
That doesn't sound right.
Tá aqui.
Okay, Nahida said the Akasha relies... That doesn't sound right. The Grand Sage said, go...
Aqui, embora.
Celebrate the birth of
Tá,
that
agora
god?
foi esse negócio esquisito aí
Could
que
it
tá
mean...
acontecendo. Tá, chega de perguntas.
Deceiving the people of Sumeru with no regard for their safety. No matter what they're trying to do, this is unforgivable.
Podemos ver o festival?
After we end the Sub-Zero's Festival Samsara, we have to look into them.
How can the sages of the Academia do this behind their Archon's back? This is ridiculous!
Aproveitar o momento com ela.
In the end, I'm just the moon. The real sun is long gone.
A sun and a moon? Nahida's talking in riddles again.
E esse pipi aí?
Oh, we're out of time today.
I'll tell you how to break free of the Samsara tomorrow. See you then.
Oxi, vai dar um rolê. Dormir de novo. Oxi. Eu dormi no hospital.
Good morning, Nahida. Wait. Now that Paimon remembers everything, should we instead say good morning, Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Não sei.
Hey! What's wrong, Nahida? You don't look too good.
I'm afraid that what you're thinking right now is correct.
Did Dunyarzad already disappear? No way! Are we too late?
The real Dunyarzad's consciousness has indeed disappeared. It can no longer endure the constant dream harvesting.
Ah, mas tá bem?
Paimon can't believe it. Wait, so what about that other Dunyarzad? Just what is she? Is she also going to disappear?
She's actually something like a puppet, but not completely. The real Dunyarzad's consciousness could no longer keep playing her role in this dream. So another Dunyarzad appeared to replace her in the dream. Just like the grass and the trees, that Dunyarzad is just a building block of the dream that helps to keep it going.
But personality-wise, she's nothing like the real Dunyarzad.
Puppets are stiff and can't copy a living person's vitality. After all, they're just there as filler. You know, speaking of which, the old Dunyarzad might not have been too different from a puppet.
Dunyarzad truly believed that she met you within her consciousness, and it was you who inspired her. So you do remember her after all.
Yes. Back then, her family was overly protective of her. No one cared about her personality or thoughts. It was as if she only lived to stall her Elazar. I just gave her a little wisdom so she could look at life in a new way. So that she could be her own person. But even so, she's still... far from it. I'm still a long way off from being a real Archon. I couldn't even save her. If I were a competent Archon, I wouldn't have let my most faithful follower die at the Sub-Zero's festival with so many regrets.
Please don't beat yourself up over it, Nahida. It's the sage's fault, and theirs alone.
Ela tá descansando.
I'm not beating myself up. All I did was to rationally observe the distance between myself and a real Archon.
Don't be like that, Nahida. Even real Archons are still allowed to be sad.
To prevent more tragedies like this, we must end the samsara as soon as possible.
Great, but how do we do that?
Although the Sub-Zero's festival dream is under the Akasha's control, only humans can dream. Even the Akasha is unable to create them. That means this dream belongs to a host who created it.
Huh? So, how should we find that person?
Well, if this is someone's dream, then everything here must come from deep within their consciousness. Which means, with the power of imagination, they can change anything in this dream.
Imagination? What do you mean by that?
Imagination means breaking through what you perceive as normal. Like when the server at the tavern brings a plate to you, you'd naturally assume that food is on it. However, if you're the dream's host and you become aware that you're dreaming, when you imagine gold and more on the plate, the dream will respond in kind, and the server really will bring you gold and mora. But right now, our host is unaware that this is a dream. No matter how many times they're served, it will always be food. Find some way to make that person realize that they're dreaming. Usually, once that happens, the person will wake up and the dream samsara will be broken.
How are we going to find them, though? If it could be anyone, it'd be like looking for a needle in a haystack. And even if we did find them, how are we supposed to make them realize they're dreaming? After all, like you said, don't wake a sleepwalker.
It's extremely difficult, yes. But the only ones who can do it are you two. Remember, everything you've achieved up to this point has all been for the sake of finding the host and ending the samsara. As for me, during this time, I'll be out of town.
Out of town? Are you going to that place full of dreams where the traveler went?
Yes. I want to try something. There must still be a small wisp of possibility. Hurry and go. Dreams are supposed to be fantastical, romantic, and full of pleasant surprises. Unnecessary things like this samsara need to end.
Paimon's still a little upset that we've come this far only for Dunyarzad to... She was such a good person, with such a simple wish. But fate was against her. Yeah. Saving Dunyarzad is what kept us going this whole time. But we mustn't lose hope, Traveler. Dunyarzad would definitely want to see us save everyone else. So let's break the samsara for her sake. Paimon's wondering, do you think the sages would get one of their own to be the host of this dream? Feels like it would be easier to control it that way, no? Huh. That's true. Plus, the sages probably weren't counting on there being other factors beyond their control, like Nahida and us. So, who do you think the host of the dream is? Oh, that would make sense. Ferris, the Knight of Flowers, is a symbol of the whole Sub-Zero's festival, right? Pretty core character. Let's go ask him some questions, shall we?
Só com o Cavaleiro das Flores. Tá, a outra já morreu aqui, então não tem mais o que resolver. Ó, aqui já foi. Missão. É, pelo menos não tive que lutar, né? Eu só tomar uma aguinha, tomar sede. Antes dessa caminhada eu vou tomar uma água. Eu vou a pé mesmo. Vai, pô. Bom, já matei a sede. Com licença. Olho coçando. Tomei água, já matei a sede. Não, não quer. Dá as coordenadas aí no rastro. Vai a pé mesmo. Vou teleportar não, porque eu não tenho peça. Se eu tivesse peça, eu ia teleportar mesmo. Foi as suas missões mesmo. Vai. Quando tomei água, me deu calor. Tá seco. Poxa. Não. Vá a pé mesmo. Tô sem pés. Tomei água, me deu mais calor.
You're back. You left in a hurry last time. Is everything okay?
Everything's fine. Just, it's a little hard to explain. Would you mind taking part in a little experiment with us?
An experiment? That came out of nowhere. I'm listening, though. What do you need me to do?
Could you make a wish?
You want me to make a wish? Is that a new Sub-Zero's festival tradition or something?
Less questions, more wishing!
Okay. My wish. Okay. I'm a little nervous saying this out loud, but I want Miss Dunyarzad to be happy.
Oh.
I noticed earlier that she looked a bit down, and she wasn't really talking to anyone. She just doesn't seem like herself. She's always so gentle and kind, and all the kids love her. I've also wondered if the reason she asked me to be Fairest Knight of Flowers is because I'm special to her, or something.
So, you have a crush on Dunyarzad?
Oh, is it that obvious? After what I just said, I guess it is. When she placed the hat of the Knight of Flowers onto my head, she said to me, I want everyone to have a happy Sub-Zero's festival. What she didn't realize was that I'm not that interested in how everyone else feels. In that moment, I just wanted to be her Knight of Flowers for the rest of my life. 50 years, 100 years, I'll serve her till the end of time. Okay, yeah, that was a bit much. Felt like the right moment to get it off my chest, but that was pretty embarrassing. Okay, I'm ready to make my wish. I would like Miss Dunyarzad to appear in front of me right now with a smile on her face. Here goes.
Please come true.
I'm gonna open my eyes. Oh. Oh! You're.
What?
Fucky? Sorry, but only one portion of Yelda candies per person. Back home you go. Nice try, you two. Anyway, never mind. I don't need to see her appear right in front of me. As long as she's happy.
Guess he isn't the host of this dream after all. Should have expected it wouldn't be this easy. It seems like everyone who knows Dunyarzad loves her. But none of them has any idea that she...
My lady, step back.
That sounds like Dia! Oh, right. This is when Dunyarzad bumps into the kidnappers. Huh? But Dia can handle them! Hey, Traveler!
Eu não estou preparado para lutar. Eu estou preparado para lutar.
Oh, it's you. Great timing. Please take... Hey, this is my job. The homie Yannis pay me, not you. You... fine, all right. Knock yourself out. Why are you so worked up anyway? It's not like I don't trust your fighting skills. Anyway, watch yourself.
So you got yourself some backup. Suit yourself. You're going down!
Para da brincadeira.
A new
Out of the
punching
frying pan,
bag.
into the fire! Eat this! Race you! Boba, get them!
You want this one?
Nice and spicy!
I'll be back. Take that!
Out of the frying pan, into the fire!
I'll take my leave.
Oh, the jungle!
Foi fácil. Nossa, logo da minha gada eu subi aqui.
Traveler, were you just taking your anger out on those guys? You and Nahida both. Dunyarzad wouldn't want to see you two like this. Oh, and speaking of her, Paimon just remembered something. Remember how during the first Sub-Zero's festival, before the Samsara started, we came here with Dunyarzad because she wanted to pick something up? She said it was because she had forgotten something. Okay, so Paimon's memory is working so far. Anyway, Paimon also remembers that she is staying somewhere around here. She pointed it out to us the night before the Sub-Zero's festival. Yeah, even if it's only a tiny clue, it'll probably still help us more than this needle in a haystack search.
E foi quem fala? Ah, saiu correndo, né?
This is the place! It's rude to enter other people's spaces without permission, but desperate times call for desperate measures! Hey! The windows are unlocked! Okay, Paimon's gonna take a peek inside. This was only a temporary residence, so there was pretty much nothing inside except this book on the table. Should we open it?
O que diz esse livro? Vão lendo aí, tá? Vou passando aqui bem devagarinho, eu vou ler não. Tá vendo? Vem cá. Vão lendo aí que eu vou ler isso não. Pronto, já leu.
Wow! Dunyarzad wrote all of this. Sounds like she was always thinking of us even while we were away. Even though she was also busy preparing for the Sub-Zero's festival and had all her health problems to worry about. She must have wanted to give this to us as a gift on the day of the Sub-Zero's festival, right? If we hadn't found this book, we never would have known. But now that we know, we can't even thank her. Hey! Where are you off to now?
Ela fala sobre as velas. Já que é caminho com isso.
Ad Astra Abyssosk. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild.
Expedição. Despachar novamente.
Ad Astra Abyssosk. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild.
A restante eu vejo depois.
Thank you for completing today's commissions. Here is your reward.
Valeu. Onde que é? Quem é essa aqui? Ah, ela... Tá escuro, vou acender a lâmpada.
It's Dunyarzad's puppet.
É, mas ela mesmo.
Traveler? You must be exhausted.
Aí você sobe na minha frente.
Come to think of it, we've been stuck in this place for a really long time. Heck, even the last time we were chatting happily with Dunyarzad feels like an eternity ago. Paimon still remembers when we were sitting here, and the way her eyes sparkled when she talked about Nilu's dance of Sub-Zeros.
There will always be frustrations in life, but I know that the point of living is not to leave behind any regrets.
mas é.
That was what the real Dunyarzad said, wasn't it? Does that mean...
Tá bem.
Yes, traveler. What is it?
Oh, so she's still just a puppet. But just now, how come... What? Where are we going this time?
Ah, é a minha samba. Bem. Será que eu tenho que ficar com esses? É. Já ouvi a dança também. Vou contar meu agora que é pra ficar com a família que fica aqui. Pra conhecer. Pra ver a dança.
Things can't go on like this.
Grande bazar, você acha que... Ah tá, vou assistir a dança daqui. Pega bem pertinho dessa dançarina aqui. Não, brincadeira, brincadeira. Vamos para as missões logo. Olha o papo aí.
If you continue to resist, we will have to order an investigation into every single event organizer. The Grand Sage has already granted you much leniency. I advise that you exercise tact.
How did things turn out like this? Traveler? You don't have to get involved. He's a sage from the academia. I don't want to drag you into this.
Traveler?
Traveler? What the heck are you doing? If you get arrested by the academia, that's another day gone to waste.
Isso é bem, não tem nada de ficar duplo.
Wait, they're not reacting. Have they been scared stiff? Oh, of course! If this is the sage's plan, they wouldn't put themselves through this. So they're just substitutes.
E começa o show, então.
What is this? What happened to the Grand Sage and his entourage? Like I said, they symbolize the goddess of flowers. It's just a shame that all the real Bodhisattvas went extinct after her death.
Yes. The Greater Lord brought forth new Bodhisattvas in memory of the goddess of flowers. But she ultimately could never truly replicate that beautiful shade of purple.
Beautiful shade of purple. Aren't these flowers real Bodhisattvas? Just like the ones from the legend? I didn't even notice. Dunyarzad, did you find these?
But didn't you just say all the real flowers went extinct after the goddess of flowers passed away? So, how?
Yeah. What's going on here? Huh? You guys are acting weird. But okay, I'll try. Hey!
They disappeared! So Nilu's the host! What a surprise! Purple body Saras don't exist in the real world anymore. But in Nilu's subconscious, they can appear as decorations on the stage. It's just like the example Nahida told us. People assume there will be food on a plate, and Nilu assumed there would be real Patisaras in the flower pots. So when you saw the flowers, you instantly knew it was Nilu? But if we want to end the samsara, we need the host to become aware that they're dreaming. How should we make Nilu realize that?
Am I dreaming?
Huh?
So I'm right. Is this Lesser Lord Kusanali responding to our celebration of the Sabzeruz festival?
Wrong guess, but you aren't completely wrong either. The point is, what made you think this is a dream? As far as you know, people in Sumeru don't dream, right?
Yeah, but have you heard the tale of the first sage? To prevent a calamity, he went on a journey to find the Dendro Archon.
Ooh, sounds familiar. Dunyarzad told us a story like that when we first arrived in Sumeru City. So it was about the first sage, huh?
Yep, but in the part you heard, he hadn't become the first sage yet. There's more to the story. His piety and wisdom were acknowledged by the Dendro Archon, and she finally gave her blessing to him. All kinds of spectacular scenes appeared in front of the first sage, as if all the knowledge in the world was being painted onto a canvas right before him. He was captivated. After who knows how long, he mastered all the knowledge he could comprehend. Afterward, he said to the Dendro Archon, "I miss my parents, my wife, and my children. I've been away from home for far too long. They must be worried." The Dendro Archon smiled. The next second, the sage found himself lying in his bed, as if he had just woken up from a dream. His wife, lying next to him, said, "You're off to search for the Dendro Archon today, aren't you? Have a safe journey, my love." In the end, the first sage took care of many disasters in Sumeru City and founded the academia. What a happy ending.
So, the first sage was dreaming ever since the beginning of the story? He never went on his journey?
Yes, but his faith and determination were conveyed to the Dendro Archon, so she blessed him in the form of a dream.
Paimon understands where you're coming from now. That's a really interesting connection. But we really gotta wake up soon, like the sage in the story!
I see. Well, it just so happens that today's Sabzeruz festival is almost over too. Since we're in a dream, let's make this final dance of Sabzeruz as beautiful as we can. The wait is over, everyone. I dedicate this to our god, the dance of Sabzeruz.
I'd be lying if I said I had no regrets. I would have loved to see Nilu's dance.
Olha o fantasma dela. Oliver esse momento vai de cara assim.
Oh, good morning, traveler. Oh, Paimon feels like she's been asleep for the longest time. Paimon's head feels super heavy. Did we oversleep? Do you even remember going to sleep last night? Paimon thinks it was after the Sub-Zero's festival. The Sub-Zero's festival!
Já
Have we finally escaped from the Sub-Zero Samsara? Quick! Take off your Akasha terminal!
Oxe.
She's not in her room. What happened? Huh? What usual spot?
Ué. Como é que eu não sei responder? Nossa, que casinha legal. Vou até marcar o lugar aqui pra voltar aqui depois. Eu tô aqui. Opa. Não, não é aqui que eu tô, cara. Onde é que eu tô? Sei lá. Não, vou marcar não. Ah, tá bem.
Well done, traveler and Paimon. And thank you, Dunyarzad, for organizing the Sub-Zero's festival for me.
I'm sorry, who are...
Dunyarzad! You're okay! Oh, don't scare us like that!
Oh, a traveler, Paimon. I have something amazing to tell you. I just had a dream, and I saw Nilu performing the dance of Sub-Zeros.
Ué, mas eu vi ela. Ele Cadê ele? Cadê ele? Nossa, mas a primeira foi a do... Peguei barulho. Tá doida pra ver de perto. Vamos ver de perto, assim, tão perto. Tá. Vamos dar um... que mais eu tô atento.
You're actually Nahida, aren't you? Paimon felt like Catherine was acting weird when we met at the Sub-Zero's festival. And Dunyarzad, did you save her?
It's a really long story. We shouldn't disturb her. Her consciousness is still weakened. Let's chat somewhere else. How about by the traveler's favorite bench?
Por isso que achei estranho. Já bate. 5 itens. Pra não morrer de novo, porque eu já morri 2 vezes.
Catch the wind.
Eu peguei, né?
Will I be able to see Miwu perform again?
Que vista, hein? E aquela montanha alta, né? Não, eu fico prestando atenção aqui pra ver se... Opa, esbarrei no mouse aqui. Fiquei tão empolgado com ele. Olha o lago. O que é isso aqui? Ela é meio tímida.
Welcome! I hope you'll have a wonderful day.
Ah, o dia está ótimo. Deixa eu ver se eu estou conhecendo a minha de perto de coisa. Nossa. Ah, que tem. Não, não é? A companhia não tô entendendo agora. Tocou de novo.
Let's talk about Dunyarzad first. It's such a relief that she's all right.
After we parted on the last day of the Sub-Zero's festival, I left the city and saw what the traveler had described. Among the countless dreams, I found one that was growing fainter and fainter. This proved my suspicion. Once Dunyarzad could no longer bear the Akasha harvesting her dreams, her consciousness began to dissipate. But this also meant it escaped the Akasha's control. Such a small fragment of consciousness can't last for very long, though. It will return to its original dream, where both will gradually fade until they completely disappear. I used all the power I had to keep her dying dream alive as long as possible. But it still wouldn't have lasted for much longer if it hadn't been for you two breaking the samsara.
So it looks like we did manage to save Dunyarzad in the end. And not a moment too soon.
Huh? Why are you two smiling so happily? I thought you'd be so moved that you'd start crying. I need to spend more time observing human emotions.
Both are fine. Everyone reacts differently.
All right. You two must have a lot of other questions for me, right? After all, you saved my faithful believer. As your reward, I will answer any and all questions. To be accurate, I'm using the Akasha as a medium to occupy Catherine's consciousness.
How did you do that? Poor Catherine. Does this mean you can also occupy other people's consciousnesses?
Theoretically, I can enter anyone's mind as long as they're wearing their Akasha terminal. The Akasha is the legacy of Greater Lord Rugadevata. As Lesser Lord Kusanali and the first Akasha terminal, my consciousness has always been linked to the Akasha. I've always respected my people's free will, so I've never actually occupied their consciousness. When necessary, I just borrow this bionic Snezhnayan puppet.
Oh, hold on. Did we just learn some deep, dark secret? So Catherine is... No wonder Paimon felt something was off about her. What about your own body? Why do you need to borrow other people's? Don't you live in the sanctuary of Surasthana?
That story begins a long time ago. After Greater Lord Rukkhadevata disappeared, the sages found my newly born self and took me back to Sumeru. At that time, I was young and weak. The sages kept me in the sanctuary of Surasthana, ostensibly for the sake of protecting me. But I've hardly heard from them since. However, I do understand that they had hoped to find Greater Lord Rukkhadevata instead of me, a symbol of her passing.
So, the sages basically put their new Archon under house arrest? How dare they! Why don't you teach them a lesson, Nahida?
In some ways, they aren't wrong. Greater Lord Rukkhadevata was omniscient and omnipotent. Even after her death, the Akasha is still empowering this nation. And I'm still really far away from being able to call myself the God of Wisdom. Moreover, the Academia is also more proficient at governing this country.
Yeah, you got a lot of believers. Just look at the Sub-Zero's festival. Everyone who showed up truly loves you.
Thank you for the kind words. But I honestly don't need physical freedom as long as I can connect my consciousness to the Akasha. Trying to find a way to save Irminsul is my life's mission and top priority. I will work on that, and try to live up to being a deity in the meantime. Every once in a while, I will also take up the duties of the God of Wisdom and enlighten a lost soul here and there. Doing all that should be enough.
Não tenho mais nada pra perguntar.
Got it! I hope my answers were satisfactory, seekers of knowledge. To be honest, maintaining Dunyarzad's fading dream took a lot of mental energy. I think I may need to rest for a while. Oh, and you don't need to worry too much about the sage's activities for now. The Akasha won't be able to conduct another project on the scale of the Sub-Zero Samsara in the immediate future.
Go and get some sleep. Leave everything to us.
What a relief. This is truly the most exhausting birthday I've ever had.
Traveler? Paimon? Why am I here? Do either of you know?
Maybe you were sleepwalking. You know you can't wake up a sleepwalker. We happened to walk by, so we thought we'd wait for you to wake up.
I see. Huh. I should visit my maintenance personnel sometime. Oh, I'm fine. I better go. Thank you.
We've spent quite some time in Sumeru City, but ever since we last said goodbye to Lesser Lord Kusanali, we haven't heard anything from her. Oh, we can't just keep waiting around like this. Let's go find Catherine and pick up some work so we can at least keep ourselves busy.
Ad Astra Abyssosque. We meet again, you two.
Hi, Catherine. Do you have any commissions for us today?
Commissions, huh? Let me think. Oh, how about this? Please attend the Academia's Academic Symposium this afternoon and recite a love poem on stage.
Wait, say what now?
And if possible, please also use your camera to capture the reaction of the audience upon finishing the poem.
Huh? What kind of commission is that?
I see. It appears that you're not interested in this commission. In that case, please go to Port Ormos and convince the Eremites there to spend some time volunteering at the local orphanage.
Hey, that's not any better.
I'm sure the mercenaries will have some interesting reactions as well.
Paimon's gotta ask. Just who exactly has been submitting these commissions to the Adventurers Guild?
Oh, the commissioner? Well, actually, I just wanted to see the two of you in action.
Was it so obvious? I was hoping you would actually take one of those commissions. That kind of chance to observe humans doesn't come by often.
Ah, so it's Nahida. Paimon just knew Catherine wouldn't crack those kinds of jokes. When did you get into her head?
From when she said, Ad Astra Abyssosque?
So it's been you this whole time? Are you done resting up, Nahida?
Yes. I've been sleeping ever since we parted ways, and I even had a really, really long dream. It was another dream about the Sub-Zerus Festival, except it was a happy one. In my dream, I was sitting in the middle of a flower terrace, and everyone in Sumeru City was holding hands as they danced in circles around me. They danced round and round, and everyone looked really happy. I also got to sit on a gigantic flower carriage. Ferris, the Knight of Flowers, raised me really, really high above the ground, and I was throwing an endless amount of Yalda candies at the children.
You know, Nahida, maybe your dream is how the Sub-Zerus Festival really should be. It's meant to be a joyous time where everyone gets together to celebrate your birthday.
Huh? Wasn't I describing a really happy dream? Why are you both looking at me like that? Wait, could this be an example of the emotion known as pity?
No, we aren't pitying you. That would only make everything worse. We just don't want you to feel too sad. By the way, have you had a chance to visit Dunyarzad? How's she doing? The Homianis haven't allowed any visitors after the festival, so we haven't been able to check on her.
Yes, I paid her a visit right after I woke up. She was resting at the time. Her condition is stabilized. However, since Elazar is a manifestation of the withering on the human body, we can only cure it by finding a way to take care of Irminsul's own withering. But for the moment, our top focus should still be figuring out what the sages are up to and what they're planning.
Right. Who knows what'll happen if they manage to pull off another scheme like the Samsara of the Sub-Zerus Festival.
So our first priority should be investigating and putting a stop to the sages' activities. As for how we should pull that off, let's discuss it somewhere else. There are too many adventurers around here.
Oh, good point. Sorry, adventurers. We're gonna be borrowing Catherine for a little while.
Ele subiu. Quem é que viu correndo atrás de mim? Eu escutei peças. Quer dizer, ele subiu, Vim. Onde tá o rastro? Ah tá, não precisa de rastro.
Let's continue our chat here.
Okay, so do you have any ideas on how we can investigate the sages, Nahida?
Actually, I've already done a little bit of work on that. But for now, I want to hear your thoughts.
sei. Não, eu tava pensando nesse aqui. Vai, então, interrogar.
We're in the dark as of now. Since we still don't know anything about their goals, any rash move could tip them off and lead to terrible consequences. After all, every person in Sumeru City is one of their hostages.
Possui uma pessoa-chave na academia.
I've already tried that, but all the key members of the academia, even the core 30 guards, intentionally avoid wearing their Akasha terminals. It seems that from the very beginning, they've been guarding against info leaks from the Akasha. Of course, it could also be because they're wary of me.
Have you already caught the sage's attention?
I'm guessing not yet, but distrusting me would make perfect sense if they've ever paid attention to the urban legends about me. In any case, I probably can't take over their minds directly. No way, that's too risky.
You mean it'd be too easy to get caught?
No, it's not that. We shouldn't involve innocent students in this. A single mistake could completely ruin their lives. Doing that would be ignoring the safety of my people for my own selfish goals. How is that any different from what the sages are doing?
That's a good point. Spoken like the god of Sumeru. Are we really out of ideas? Nahida, you're super smart, so you already have something in mind, right? Don't keep us in suspense. Spill the beans already.
According to a popular theory from the Vahumana Darshan of the academia, rejecting impractical motions at the beginning of a planning session will give more weight to the actual proposal.
Okay, but aren't you the god of wisdom? You don't have to use that kind of gimmick to make us take your ideas seriously.
Well, I've been thinking that if I can't directly possess the leaders, and if I can't get ordinary people involved, then I should find someone who's already involved, but hasn't decided to side with the sages.
You're saying we should recruit a spy? That does sound like it could work. Oh, before coming back, we met someone named Alhaitham. He seems like he acts alone, and he likes doing stuff behind the academia's back. They probably aren't in cahoots.
Actually, I already have someone in mind. Do you still remember that female scholar named Sataria?
Sataria. Paimon remembers now. Isn't she the one who's always trailing behind the Grand Sage of the Academia? We ran into her basically every time the Sub-Zero's festival repeated itself. You could even say we're old enemies by now. Paimon still remembers the smug and mean way she always spoke to Nilu.
I've always liked observing all kinds of people, and Sataria has always stood out from the crowd. She was born in the desert and was hailed as their greatest genius. Her academic gifts allowed her special admission into the academia, and also gave her the opportunity to serve as the sage's assistant.
Oh, Paimon didn't know she was from the desert. She must be pretty special then. Paimon feels like most of the desert dwellers around the city are working as mercenaries.
The name Sataria means star. When she lived in the desert, she shone like the brightest star in the night sky. Later on, she was chosen by the sun. The star was given a place in the daytime sky to complement the sun's dazzling light. Soon after, the star witnessed the sun scorching the earth, which brought forth many disasters. The star began to waver. Instead of staying beside such a sun, wouldn't it be better to return and light up part of the night sky? But in the end, she couldn't give up the radiance of daytime. To cope with her shame, the star buried her guilt and closed her eyes.
Debilitada.
From the sound of it, Sataria's just hung up on the research opportunities here. But she doesn't really support the academia. She still feels guilty about not doing more for the desert, right? She's just running away from her problems.
Indeed. When they are presented with complex moral issues, many people will simply plug their ears and go with the flow until the problem can't be fixed anymore. She's suppressing a lot of guilt, but before she realized it, she had already become the sage's accomplice. She can't deny her part in their schemes anymore. Right. We must somehow make her face her problems again. That way, not only can we get useful intel from her, but she can also use it as an opportunity to redeem herself. From my past observations, Sataria will take a day off from the academia every 10 days to do some shopping in the city. Tomorrow afternoon just happens to be a shopping day for her. That'll be our chance. To prepare, let's go check out some of her favorite spots and have a quick chat with a few of the vendors there.
Nossa, vai um pouco eu cochilar. Eu quero ver isso aqui. Ah. Ok. Minha caixinha de som tá pipocando. Tô com medo de pegar fogo. Tá, você também tá falando demais, velho.
Welcome! I hope you'll have a wonderful day.
There's so many local specialties in Sumeru. I want to buy more.
Oi, minha bebê. Vou ver uma Oi, minha bebê, né? Tá elegante, hein? Mais ou menos. E aí, minha aventura? Ah, dá pra ver muita coisa mudando. Ok. Alguém deve escrever pra pegar a mão. Ele traz uma tela. Família elegante. Vai estar esperando, viu? Bora ver. Tô chegando.
This should be Sataria's favorite fortune-telling spot.
So should we ask the fortune teller about Sataria?
No, I already have enough information on Sataria. The most important thing now is for you to pay attention to the vendor's talking style and key characteristics.
Talking style and key characteristics?
My poor lost lambs. Have you become troubled over your fates? The divine voice of wisdom often echoes between mine ears. If thou be blessed today by the gods, I may be able to show you the way.
Huh? Really? Nahida, you've been whispering things to her?
Shh. My friend here has some doubts regarding his future. Can we get a fortune reading for him?
Of course, of course. In that case... It would seem that Harut and Marut are quite wary of you. Perhaps, at some time in the past, you have somehow offended the gods.
Only mocking the god of Animo, questioning the lord of Geo's financial savviness, and brawling with the god of Electro. Do those count?
Oh, nothing. Go on, pick an aspect for her to divine.
Love prospects? No problem at all. The gods have spoken. The truth shall be revealed. One who is fated to cross your path will appear on... Huh? So many people will fall for you. How could that be? Harut, Marut, did you two spoil my divination? I've never read a fortune so absurd.
Actually, Paimon thinks this is probably the most accurate fortune-telling you've ever done.
I admit that the orientation of today's celestial matrix is, suboptimal. As such, there will be no charge.
Is that so? Well, that can't be helped.
If you were to bring some food offerings for Harut and Marut on your next visit, perhaps they could help you reverse the wheels of fate.
Oh, thanks. Deixa eu ver aqui. Olha o lugar do fofinho. O lugar do gato. Eu volto logo, hein? Com ele aqui.
Is this another one of Sataria's favorite stalls?
Yep. It belongs to a king. His father helped Sataria a lot when she first moved to Samari City, so she still comes by whenever she has time. When I start talking with him, listen carefully to the details of her conversation.
Ah, dear customers! Would you like to look at some pottery?
We caught wind of your great craftsmanship, so we specifically came to take a look.
Oh, I recognize you. Aren't you Miss Catherine from the Adventurers Guild? Sounds like I'm in for some big business.
Speaking of, where did you learn this trade?
I suppose you could say it all started with my dad. He's a mason by trade, but I picked up an interest in clay while apprenticing for him. After that, I began making pottery by myself in secret. And I simply change trades when my works turned out well. Although it's a pity that I'm no longer making much use of the knowledge provided to me by the Akasha.
That's nice. You're making a living doing something you love.
So is your father still working as a mason?
Oh no, not anymore. A few years back, he fell from a roof and broke his leg. Since he had already saved enough mora over all these years, he's just enjoying the retired life in Port Ormos nowadays.
I see. We wish him peace and happiness in his retirement. I'll have someone in charge of logistics at the guild come by another day for some goods. We'll leave you to it. Take care now.
No problem. Rest easy, all our goods are sure to meet your every need.
Tá, eu gostei desse vazio que acontece, sabe? Ele é vendedor. Pô, esse violão aqui. Eu tenho um parecido com isso. Que eu tenho tempo suficiente para mosquear. É, mais ou menos. Não, mas eu tenho que ver. Aqui. Que é esse violão aqui, ó. Eu tenho, mas não vou usar, certo? É coisa igual. Olha a menina tímida ali que eu gosto dela. Tá, já vou acabar, tá? Já acabamos com isso. Tô chegando, minha bebezinha.
This should be our final stop. Sitaria's always thinking of this restaurant when she's working at the academia. So she always comes by whenever she's out in the city.
Nahida, you've really thought of everything.
It's my duty to protect Sumeru's citizens, after all.
Hi there. I feel like I've seen you down by the docks before.
Huh? Sorry, I don't quite remember.
If I recall, you were having a discussion with someone about shipbuilding at the time.
Ah, that's right! I've always been really interested in feats of marine engineering. After all, I grew up in Liyue Harbor and spent my entire childhood staring at the ships going in and out of the port. I came to Sumeru to study, but failed to make it into the academia due to my lack of talent. But I'm still discussing all kinds of problems with different scholars, and I'm continuing to study and perform research from the restaurant's basement. I'm sure I'll get to the academia after their next round of exams.
What an admirable spirit for learning. Amazing.
Sure, but you'll find hardworking people wherever you go.
So this restaurant has a basement as well? Huh. First I've heard of it.
That's right. It's not usually open to patrons. Most of the time, employees use it for breaks or to hold private events.
I see. Yes, that makes sense. Well, good luck with your studies, Miss Chishan.
Thank you so much. As long as I can make it into the academia as an official student, I'll be happy.
Tchauzinho, minha bebezinha timidinha. Eu gosto da mais tímida, né? Tá bem animada. E aí, minha bebezinha? Vai dar cheiro nela. Tchauzinho, minha bebezinha. Onde eu vou? Ah, eu tava esperando. Eu quero olhar ali, velho. Mas...
So, was that everybody?
Mm-hmm. 3 familiar faces should be enough for Sitaria.
What's the point of all the information we've collected? Nahida, you still haven't told us how you're planning to make Sitaria face her problems.
Sataria is already used to avoiding her problems, so we must find a way to break through her usual sensibilities. I remember you mentioned that the Eremites in Port Ormuz are all making a fuss about the upcoming resurrection of King Deshret. Although it's all just a boatload of nonsense, the faith of her homeland may turn out to be Sataria's soft spot.
Oh, Paimon gets it now! You want to take advantage of the guilt Sataria feels about her homeland. Although she knows she should return home to help the people of the desert, all she's done is conspire with the sages. So how do we set that up?
Well, King Deshret is long gone, and Sataria is also too smart to fall for any simple tricks. If we simply engaged her under the guise of King Deshret's believers, she would definitely be wary of us, and we may not get anywhere. But if we were to borrow some of her close acquaintances to talk with her, her reaction would probably be very different.
So you mean you're going to possess those people we just talked to?
Yep. Possess them through the Akasha. Imply they've already converted to the faith of King Deshret, and then convey our made-up will of King Deshret. As long as everything goes smoothly, we'll get through to Sataria for sure. She'll never guess that we had anything to do with it.
Ah, so that's how you're going to use all the info we collected on these people. It's so that you won't slip up and break form. Possessing them will only work if you can manage to pass off as them.
Exactly. So, best of luck with impersonating them.
Huh? Best of luck? But we don't know how to possess anyone.
That's no problem at all. I'll just share all their senses with you once I've possessed them. As long as you're also wearing an Akasha terminal, the effect will basically be as if you've possessed them yourself.
Huh. That is pretty convenient. But why does he have to do this? Can't you do it yourself?
Although I've been observing humans for a while, I've never been good at imitating them.
You're not wrong. It's always been painfully obvious whenever you try to pass as Catherine.
If it was at all possible, I would have preferred to leave these people alone. But seeing how things are now, I probably should just accept it and push on.
Yeah, don't beat yourself up over it. We're only doing this to help everyone, and we'll only be borrowing them for a little while anyway.
Alright, then let's give it a go tomorrow afternoon.
Vê aquele troço azul ali. Ai, espera. Ok. Será um prazer. Agora vamos ver algumas coisinhas aqui. Com licença, o que é aquele troço ali? Calma aí. Ali, ó. Falei, parece fumaça subindo pra cima, que esse troço aqui. Agora eu vou poder dar um descanso, né? E outra coisa que eu tô... Olha o fogão. Dá pra cozinhar aqui. Culinária, dá pra cozinhar aqui, sabia? Legal, né? Mas não precisa cozinhar nada. E aqui, cadê aquela mina? Deixa eu olhar essa lupa aqui. Com licença. Deixa eu olhar essa lupa aqui dela. Aqui, bem pertinho dela, né? Que eu gosto dela. Deixa eu olhar essa lupa aqui. Olha a lupa dela. Eu tenho uma dessa guardada. Não sei se tá nessa caixa aqui. Eu tenho uma lupa igual a essa. No celular também dá pra baixar, né? Né não? Bom, ela não sabe o que é celular porque... Aí é em outra época, né? Uau! Em outra época. Trazer minha bebezinha. Vai espertar, Vou ficar em Sumeu mesmo. Tipo, vou ficar por aqui mesmo, onde eu tô. Tem a coisa que eu vou fazer aqui. Cadê aí, Yunjin? Ah, é. Olha só. Ele tá ganhando personagem. Dá? Dá. Aqui eu não vou mais nesse banner nem nesse. Sabe por quê? Porque eu não ganhei pega nenhuma. Só ganhei, como é que fala? Meu Deus. Eu quero uma dessas aqui ou talvez ganhar. Ah. Tem personagem de 5 estrelas, 4 estrelas, quer dizer. Ó. Qual personagem de 4 estrelas? Não dá pra ver. Filter. 2 estrelas. Esse jogo vai dar personagem de 4 estrelas, né? Talvez eu ganhe esse. Só sei que eu vou ganhar essa aqui. Eu quero ganhar ela. Tá certo. Eu quero ganhar essa aqui. É, a minha época. Ou talvez eu ganhe. Não, essa eu não faço questão de ganhar. Essa eu quero ganhar. Vamos tentar? Mas vai ser nesse banner da King. Tentar negar alguma personalidade. Ah, aqui é 5 estrelas. Vou ganhar alguma personagem de 4 estrelas. Vamos ver. Ganhei algo bem inútil, mas não vou. Vai fazer a barganha aqui. Ok. Vai fazer a barganha. Já falei a missão e vou cair no gelo. Senta. Aí um vinho vai tentar. Como? Assim? Aqui é a arma que eu fiz pra ela, viu? A lança que eu fiz pra ela. Talvez eu use ela. Mas ela tá com a arma boa, então eu vou. Não vou não. Só que depois eu vou. Não sei se vale a pena perder tempo É, melhorando. Mas vamos ver aqui. Hoje é domingo. Vai? Não. Não e não. Não vou pra domínio nenhum. Aqui. Que tá ficando mais forte. Defesa? Não tem? Claro que tem. Eu comprei. Nível máximo alcançado. Meu, deixa eu ver aí um junto. Não. Que aí é. Né? Deveria precisar de alguma coisa. Mas não vou colocar ela na equipe ainda. Vai, o gato fora dele. Ela é tão fofinha, olha ela falando. Vê a história dela. Olha ela falando, quer ver? Ela é fofinha essa menina.
As the saying goes, you never truly know someone until you meet them in person. And at long last, I finally have the great honor of meeting you today. My name is Yoonjin, and I am humbled to be the director of the Yunhan Opera Troupe. We have been performing at Hayu Tea House as of late, and we'd be honored to have you attend a performance sometime.
Olha ela cantando a quer ver?
云婵娟来，花婵娟，风流尽在山水间。
Vai cantar o pé. Pô, deixa eu ver essa minha aqui. Bom, já viu, já acabou. Olha a minha bebezinha. É poder carregar no corpo, né?
Welcome! I hope you have
Tá um ótimo dia, assim. Tchauzinho, minha bebê. Agora eu vou ali.
So many local specialties in Sumeru.
Eu vou andar pra ele. Assim, é bem que eu já falei com a Catarina. A resgatei a recompensa.
It's called being a freelancer. Some folks just don't get it.
Lembra daquele, né? Bom, chega de já e vamos comprar aqui o convênio.
Trust me, just take my word for it.
Ridiculously over-designed. I need to soak this now.
Então vende aí pra mim que eu vou pagar. Ah. Você não mostrou aí? Ok. Tem coisa aqui pra mim? Talvez. Tipo, missões com os habitantes.
What's the hurry?
Ai, ai, ai. Calma. Hã? Hã? Olha a casinha que eu tava. Até que eles estão lembrando? Tem isso aqui. Mais pra frente, onde fica a fonte dentro. É bom conhecer isso meio. Oxi. Qual é a dela? Qual é a dela? Deixa eu ver. Eu saber sobre ela. Chega pertinho dela que eu vou ter negociado ela de primeira vista. Ah, é aquela vida. Ah, ok. Eu fui mais lá pra Fontaine, velho. Ah, eu tô ocupado pelas questões. Ok. Tá na América. Que susto, filha. Quer botar as coisas lá? Tá, cuidado que eu tenho bastante. Ó, os pedais, assim. Ah, tava com a ilha.
Good girl. Listen to the doctor.
Você lembra, né? Aqui que eu tô. Ah, não quero vacina.
Grandma, I don't want to get a
to the Dendro
shot.
I hope all our patients will get well soon.
Pra ver só que eu fui.
These are the only things that still make it worth it.
Nossa, que eu tinha achado que eu adoro. Será que eu devo sair disso meio? Tipo, será que eu posso? Vai afetar a missão? Espero que não. Eu saio um pouco disso meio, né? Fazer as coisas ainda. Oxe. Calma aí, com licença. Eu quero ir lá com ela. Ah, dá pra ir aqui. Ó. Sumiu. Olha aqui. Como é que eu botei em primeira pessoa desse jeito? Ah, tá. Acho que aqui rodando eu vou passar não. Vou pra um lugar legalzinho. Espera até a tarde seguinte, tá ok. Deixa eu dar um rolê por aí. Ver a Shang. Ah, não vou ficar muito tempo lá em Lewin. Eu não vou mais adiantar o ponteiro, não. Hoje eu tô sem peça. Nossa, minha patroa tá na rua ainda. A menina que eu gosto lá na frente. Ele fica ficando procurando. Bom, eu não vou poder tirar foto dela porque pode dar ruim pra mim. Mas ela, tipo... Como é que fala? Parece uma elfa. Ah, já estourei tudo nela,
Hey, who's that skulking around?
Aí que eu não estou. Mané. Tá, filho, deixa eu te ajudar, velho. Tá, não gostei dele. E na zona, eu já fiz todas as missões lá. Na zona. Pô, agora eu posso entrar lá, sabia, né? Agora virou um domínio ali. Ai, senhor, não. Não vou entrar lá de novo, não. Mas peraí. Dá pra farmar, não dá? Dá. Dá pra ir no multiplayer? Dá. Mas dá pra ir no multiplayer, velho. Será que eu devo ir? Vai. Eu tenho que esperar um bocado mesmo. Caraca, velho. Você quer me dar me perder. E na zona. Não, agora eu vou mais mandar perder do braço. Não, espero que não. Vamos ver. Não, vai mais mandar perder. Ainda bem. Não, agora tá de boa, já resolvi o que tinha que ir. Certo. Quem são elas? Sei lá.
The temperature of the water in the royal hot springs is just right.
E na Duma, pô, deve fazer o pagamento lá no domínio, eu vou nele. Se não der pra fazer o pagamento, eu quero fazer. O drag sozinho, eu quero fazer. Conhecendo que eu conhecer. Dá pra fazer pagamento. Não, mas eu não preciso ainda. Farmar. Se precisa farmar, eu venho aqui. Ah, você lembra eu metendo louco pra farmar? Já dar um rolê no quebra-mar? Bora. Vem aqui. Ui, ele é de mim. Mas antes, correr aí, velho. A Raiden me cura. Valeu. Aliás, ele é de mim. Tá vindo o barco? Já veio. causa das missões. E se eu acelerar o tempo, hein? Eu vou ter que fazer isso. Tem que fazer isso. Senão não acaba essas missões. Até meio-dia do dia seguinte. Eu não sei fazer isso, mas vou ter que fazer. Mesmo sem peça. Eu tô me chamando. Tem que largar o barco. Vou largar o barco pra ver a minha deusa. O meu até largo tudo pra ir com ela. Sem essas coisas que, sei lá. Eu não gosto de avançar o tempo, mas aqui de novo. Oxi.
Oh, here she comes. Satori is here.
Let's quietly follow her. Once she starts talking to her acquaintances, we'll find a safe spot to begin possessing them. As for how we'll sway her to our side, I'll leave that to you. I trust you'll know what to say.
Okay.
I'm starting to feel kind of nervous. Okay, let's go. Looks like they've already started talking. Let's find a hiding spot and get started.
Tô meio nervoso também. Pô, a influência é minha. Ai, tô no corpo da menina. Eita, pô. Vou possuir a menina, hein?
That's right. You really can't force anything when it comes to love. And besides, everyone around me has a very different background and outlook. Are you still listening to me, Nabia?
Oh, of course I'm listening. You were talking about troubles with your love life, right? I heard everything you said.
Okay then. You just seemed a little distracted for a moment there. Strange. Your cats seem pretty worked up. Is something wrong? I always thought they were quiet, happy kitties. Oh, what are their names again? Are you sure? Those aren't ringing a bell for some reason.
Well, actually they have many names. Which names I use depends on my mood.
Huh, I see. I imagine that must be hard for the kitties, too.
So, which fortune do you want me to read for you today? You must have come for another echo of the divine voice of wisdom.
I'd like to get another reading on my love prospects, but to be perfectly honest with you, I feel like I've been a real mess recently.
A mess?
Well,
Could you do a reading on how long it'll take me to finish my current project at work? I really just want to get it over with.
I hear you. No problem at all. The gods will reveal the truth. The gods are asking, Setaria, why haven't you gone home?
Why haven't I gone home? Do the gods really know everything I've been thinking about?
Setaria, why don't you just go home? It's a demand now instead of a question. The gods seem to be truly upset.
I'm sorry. I know I failed the gods. Please pass on my most sincere apologies and ask for their divine forgiveness. And if I may ask, Nabia, is there a specific god who's speaking to you right now?
What an inconsiderate and naive question. The god who is speaking to me is, of course, the wisest and mightiest of all, King Deshret.
King Deshret? No wonder he would make such a demand of me. Wait a second. King Deshret passed away a long time ago. Even though news of King Deshret's resurrection has been spreading like wildfire, it's all just a misinformation campaign from the academia. How can King Deshret still exist in real life?
What insolence! I am King Deshret's most loyal believer. Do you wish to refute his voice of wisdom?
Oh, no. As a child of the desert, I am only reveling in his power upon learning that his divine glory has touched even this city. I will think very carefully about his demand of me. I'm sorry, I must go now.
Wait!
Whoa! She just ran off in a hurry. She looked pretty upset, too. Well done. Setaria didn't seem to suspect anything amiss. To have something she's been trying desperately to avoid show up out of nowhere and berate her, that must have shaken her to the core.
Aw, Nahida, it seems like you understand human emotions really well after all.
All I know are some abstract Harabatot theories. And in any case, my time with you has shown a lot of them to be utterly useless. I'm still trying to make sense of everything. Anyway, enough of that. Let's hurry and catch up to Setaria.
He's out of Keem's now, right on cue. Let's get ready to possess him right away!
It's okay. I just got caught up in something. Oh, actually, didn't you ask me to help you look for work? What kind of work were you looking for again? Gardening? But don't you hate everything to do with plants? I still remember getting mad at you for secretly throwing away the bonsai that I gave you as a present.
You see, a friend told me that the secret to self-improvement is to work on things you're not so good at.
Fair enough. I didn't think that was something you would consider. Speaking of, how's he doing? Is he feeling any better? Oh, that's good to hear. I have been thinking a lot about him. If I could get some more time off, I'd love to pay him a visit. Actually, while we're talking about him, is he still living in Port Ormos?
Yeah, he's been retired there for a while.
If you could find the time, please write him a letter. Let him know that recently, faith in King Deshret has taken root in Port Ormos and has begun to spread across Sumeru.
He has a quick temper and has always been a devout follower of the Dendro Archon. I don't want him to get into a fight with those King Deshret believers because of a difference in beliefs.
Oh? So, who are you siding with in all of this? The Academia or King Deshret? I'm so jealous of you. You were born a child of the desert, yet you chose to betray King Deshret, and now you spend all your time with those crooks from the Academia.
Akeem, you don't mean... You've also become a believer of King Deshret?
What's so strange about becoming a believer of the wise King Deshret? In fact, aren't you the strange one? The one who still can't pick a side?
Can't pick a side? Me?
Whoa! Paimon had no idea you'd be so good at this!
Yeah.
You really zeroed in on the issue and put it right in front of her. It might feel a bit overwhelming for Sataria. But once everything is over, I'll be sure to pay her a visit to her mind and explain everything. Anyway, let's keep going.
Tá, que eu faço agora? Como é que eu tô me deixando aqui na beira?
Come on! Sataria's already started talking with Shishan!
So, Shishan, have you noticed anything weird in the city lately? Like, as if someone was trying to preach to you about something?
Oh, right. Speaking of strange things, I celebrated the Sub-Zerus festival so many times that I lost count. That was really weird.
Wait, how could you be aware of that? That should be impossible. Nothing in the report indicated anything like that.
Are you still failing to realize that the Academia's lowly tricks could never deceive all of Sumeru's citizens?
Shishan, don't tell me that you've converted to King Deshret as well!
What an absurd question. You make it sound like I should be ashamed for becoming a believer of King Deshret. In reality, shouldn't you be the one who is ashamed? You, who works side by side with the Academia, and treated people as nothing more than experimental subjects?
Please, please stop!
Even now, Sataria's still trying to run from her problems.
She can no longer justify everything to herself.
Hey, she's trying to talk to the guards! What should we do?
This is the most important part of all. Quick, get ready.
Mercenary, you're a member of the Corps of 30, correct? Please help me pass a message to the Matcha right away. The situation in the city is getting out of control.
Please, try to remain calm, miss. Tell me what's happening in the city.
Heretics are infiltrating the city, and they've already converted many residents to their side.
Heretics? What kind of heresy are you talking about?
King Deshret. Many people I know have suddenly started believing in him, but he's long dead. It's impossible.
Miss Sataria, nothing is impossible.
You know my name?
King Deshret is immortal, and all who defy him will one day pay the price. You must face the truth, Sataria. You tread a treacherous path, and the longer you ignore it, the tighter the Academia's grasp on you will become, and the deeper you will be ensnared. Child of King Deshret, never forget that the desert that belongs to you lies elsewhere.
What's so strange about becoming a believer of the wise King Deshret? In fact, aren't you the strange one? The one who still can't pick a side?
What an absurd question. You make it sound like I should be ashamed for becoming a believer of King Deshret.
Sataria, why haven't you gone home?
achar que...
It seems that no matter where I run, I only keep finding more believers of King Deshret. I have to say, this is a familiar feeling. I've also been running from my guilt this whole time. Guilt over my part in the sage's plans, and from ignoring the letters from the children of my homeland. But no matter how much I may try to ignore or get rid of it, my guilt always comes back.
You won't necessarily lose your research opportunities by facing the truth. Besides, did you really want to conduct your research while carrying such heavy feelings of guilt?
How do you know me so well? Are you truly just a believer of King Deshret? Or are you the god himself?
That's not important. The important thing is to pass judgment on the academia and its sages, and to correct their mistakes. If you could provide some assistance in this matter, perhaps it could serve as a form of atonement.
I've actually never believed in the gods, but I've always believed in serendipity. Your appearance must be a fated opportunity for me to get out of this wretched situation. Please tell me, what can I do for you?
How much do you know about the sage's current activities?
I was just one of the designers for the massed dream harvest scheme, which is what happened around the Sub-Zeru's festival. But I know very little about the full scope of the overall project. I'd assume that only staff with the highest clearance would have access to those confidential documents. I've just been working to meet the Grand Sage's specified requirements. However, there's something that's been really bothering me. I heard that a scholar who was previously expelled has returned to the city, and even the sages are still quite wary of him.
To fight against the academia, we will need to figure out the nature and the purpose of their work. Is there a way for us to get access to the confidential documents you mentioned?
It should be possible if we're willing to take some risks. After all, I'm an assistant to the Grand Sage, and I've been working on many tasks outside of the project. One thing, though, I won't be able to transfer the documents to you through the Akasha once I get my hands on them. The sages have always closely monitored all activities within the Akasha. Let me see... let's use the most primitive method. Send someone to pick up the documents tomorrow evening at the Academia entrance.
The Academia entrance? Wouldn't that be too conspicuous?
Don't worry about that. I assure you, this won't be a trap. I'm only suggesting this location because it'll draw more scrutiny for me to leave the Academia again. It'll be safest for me to distract the guards long enough to hand you the documents.
All right, I trust you.
So, if I were to successfully complete this task, would it mean I've atoned for my wrongdoings?
That'll depend on the judgment of the Dendro Archon.
The Dendro Archon. That's right. Her people are the ones we have endangered. As the god of wisdom, she's also the one responsible for judging and guiding the scholars. Maybe it's time for me to find a god to believe in.
Just as Nahida predicted, we've managed to bring Sataria to our side!
The Traveler's execution was ingenious. He's the one who deserves all the praise. Well, now that we've made plans to meet again tomorrow evening, all we can do is pray for Sataria's mission to go off without a hitch.
Pray? But if we're going to pray to the gods, aren't we just praying to you? God of wisdom and guardian of the scholars?
No. The truth is the true guardian of scholars. I've always believed that. Anyway, let's meet again tomorrow evening at the Adventurers Guild.
Finalmente. A placa de avisos. É o código de avisos.
Don't you remember your adventure plans, my lady?
Oxi. Ah, tá desse lado agora. E aí, meu bebezinho? Pode dar um cheiro? Posso. Dá um cheiro também. Ai, ai. Ai, quer dar um cheiro também, não consigo. Tentar avançar o tempo, hein? Vai. Até 7 horas. Opa. No tecido só será o tempo. É, se não bastar, eu vou gerar os ponteiros de novo. É, no outro dia. Tem que fazer isso. Eu não gosto de fazer isso, mas eu tenho que fazer. É, pena que GTA não dá pra fazer isso, né? Eu tô me chamando já. Ah, tá no topo da Catarina.
Catherine, we're here! Oh, you are the other Catherine, right?
That's right. I suppose I'm the other Catherine in your mind.
Shh! We're on a secret mission tonight, so we need to protect Catherine's identity.
Yep, Paimon's right. We cannot fully rule out the chance that the meetup tonight is just a trap. If something were to happen, my existence may be the only trump card we'll be able to play. After all, the Academia should still be unable to confirm the existence of my consciousness in the outside world.
Yep, exactly. Just what Paimon was thinking. Anyway, enough about that. Let's just make sure to be on our guard. Off? What do you feel is off? It's the middle of the night. Of course it's quiet. You're not getting paranoid, are you?
No, I think he's right. It really is a lot quieter than usual. If you look around, there seems to be fewer people on the streets. I'm not sure if this is the case for the entire city, though.
Huh. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Maybe Sataria figured out a way to not only distract the guards, but also to get everyone to go to sleep early, just so we can exchange the documents in peace.
I also can't quite figure out why things feel a little off. But now that we're here, let's go ahead and meet her as we planned.
Well, regardless, as long as you're here with us, Paimon feels a little safer.
Fazer academia, escapulação? Olha então. Lá no tecido acompanha esse tempo.
There really aren't many people out right now. Let's hope it'll be this quiet in front of the Academia, and that Sataria managed to distract all the guards.
Ah, bom. Também tem esses restos que vão ajudando um pouco. E subir, subir, subir. Ok. É o tempo. Aí no tempo, né? Deixa eu ver se é. Aí no tempo assim.
What are all these people doing here at this hour of the night?
É o santuário da acontecendo.
Ah, the triumphant hero returns at last. And to a rather spectacular welcome, even if I do say so myself.
You're the outcast, expelled from the academia.
Indeed I am. Although these days they tend to call me the Doctor. If you're looking for your researcher friend, she has already been taken into confinement. With some basic caution, she could have discovered the listening device on her person. Clearly, she lacks the degree of rigor expected of a true scholar.
The people of Sumeru City. What have you done to them?
I simply made some minor adjustments to their Akasha terminals. Now they can deposit information directly into the subconscious. As you can see, all these lovely people now believe this traveler is a hero who has just saved the world. My experiment is a success. And now it seems they can no longer hold back their sheer adoration.
No, what should we do? These are all just regular people.
Leave now. You need to get out of here.
What? That guy's a Fatui Harbinger! We can't just leave you here!
Nor can I abandon the people of Sumeru! Don't worry. We'll meet again outside of the city.
I see. You appear to have overridden their mental faculties with your own consciousness. To possess such a powerful mind, you must be the god of wisdom.
This should be far enough. Paimon needs to catch her breath first. Is Nahida going to be okay? We only made it out because of her. Paimon wasn't counting on running into a new Harbinger here, let alone such a high-ranking one. That guy was number 2. So scary. He called himself the Doctor. Remember, Tainari told us about him. Sataria did say that someone who once got expelled from the academia came back recently. And that even the sages are wary of him. Yep, sounds like she must have been talking about the Doctor. Yeah, now that the Doctor's in the picture, we're no longer just dealing with the academia. They're in cahoots with the Fatui. But what are the Fatui after this time? Another Gnosis? Yeah, things would be a lot easier with Nahida's help. Nahida said we'll meet again outside of the city. But we can't just keep waiting around, right? You mean... Oh, right! Wasn't he invited by the sages to work on some project when we were staying with him in the Vidia forest? That has to be the same project. Even though he turned it down at the time, he might still know something. There's no time to lose. Let's go to Gandharvaville.
Onde é? É bem longe esse meio. E tem um teletransporte pra cá, eu vou lá. Aqui. É, nesse meio aí, nesse do Evelyn, mas eu vou... Só tô aí pra fazer isso ainda. É um calor da porra.
Hold it right there. A blonde-haired traveler and a floating fairy. We've got you all right. Take a look around. You've fallen right into our trap.
Are you mercenaries from the Corps of 30? Did you come here to arrest us?
Corps of 30? We're nothing like those government lapdogs who don't even get scraps for their work. We are an elite brigade that commands the highest commission rate in all of Sumeru. We're here on the orders of a client known only as the Outcast.
The Outcast? An outcast from the Academia? But why wouldn't the doctor just send the Fatui after us?
Still wasting time on idle chit-chat. We'll shut you up soon enough. Get them!
Vamos lutar então? Quer lutar?
You're up, traveler!
Following orders.
Take that!
You're toast!
Need.
New hunting.
Boba, get them!
Need.
Now it's nice and spicy. It isn't over yet. Here comes reinforcements.
This will be frozen in time.
No one escapes my sight.
You're in for a little shock. Try not to.
I'll take my leave.
That was pretty rough. Is that what elite mercenaries are like?
Vou deixar assim mesmo, vai rapidinho. Foi no banheiro. Já volto, hein? Voltei do banheiro. Continuando.
Yeah, looks like we'll have to keep our guards up. But this doctor guy seems like a pretty tough opponent. He knew exactly where to set up an ambush. Did he predict that we would try to find Kainari? Going up against smart people is tough. Anyway, let's keep going.
Eu tenho a garrafa dentro. Ah, tomar o resto.
Come on, let's get moving. We're not frozen in place after all.
Tá quente, mas deu pra matar ele. Eu tenho a garrafa térmica, mas é bem pequena, fica bem pouquinha água. Ah, esses cachorros são chatos, velho. Se vir pra cá, eu vou assustar. Ah, esses daqui são falantes. Que beleza. Esses aqui são comportados, eu acho. Esse aqui não vem atrás, não. Não, ele imita esse filho do mago. Ah, tá em choque? Tá com medo, hein? É, imita, não mal isso aí. Imita. Olha quem tá lá, eu pensei que nunca mais veio, porque naquele espelho, você lembra? Eu tinha várias fotos dela. Olha quem tá lá. Não, e naquele desespero todo. Olha quem tá lá. Lembra dela, né? Lembra. Nossa, naquele dia, naquela noite, bateu de desespero. Pensei que nunca mais veio ela. Olha aqui.
Oh, it's the Traveler and Paimon. What are you two doing back here? Kale! It's nice to see you again. Are you doing all right?
To be honest, I'm not doing too well. My Elazar has been progressing at a faster rate lately.
I'm finding it harder to complete more intricate tasks. As a result, Master Tainari is taking me off the patrol schedule. He will only allow me to stay here and coordinate other people's tasks.
Oh, Kale!
Aproveitar bem as missões, né?
Speaking of Tainari, did he go off on patrol? We're here to talk to him. Oh, Master Tainari? You just left the Avidia forest a little while ago. He was headed to Party's DI. Huh? He left? But isn't Tainari always saying that he never wants to leave the Avidia forest? He even turned down the sage's invitation. I thought it was weird too. Master Tainari always prioritizes his work as a forest watcher above everything. He almost never leaves his post. He left in a hurry this time, though.
Então eu vou conseguir zerar o jogo.
No, I only found out that he left through a message he left behind. He also made sure to delegate all his tasks using a schedule. To leave in such a hurry? I'd guess he had something urgent to take care of. Master Tainari originally studied in the Amorta Darshan of the Academia, and Partis DI is something like the Amorta's research base. Many rare shrubs and grasses have been planted there for research. I know that before he became a forest watcher, Master Tainari once spent a long time conducting research at Partis DI. A research base, huh? Gotta wonder what kind of research Tainari just decided to work on all of a sudden. Oh, we don't have a lot of time, so let's go look for him at Party's DI.
Se cuide.
Don't worry. I'm fine. I'm used to living with Elazar by now. If you run into Master Tainari, please send him my regards. Got it. Will do. See you later, Kale.
Ah, tá. Vou voltar pra cá pra ver. Nos vemos em breve. Caminhar. Nos vemos em breve, viu? Não, vou mais que a gente perde. Cadê a câmera aqui? E aí, minha bebezinha? Já volto já, hein? Já volto, minha bebezinha. Eu tenho que ir pra, sei lá, não sei onde que é, velho. Ah, eu tenho um teleporte bem aqui. Vou até pra lá. Já tinha desbloqueado. Quando eu comecei a passear, né, nos lugares do jogo, isso meio espontâneo. Ah, agora nas umas só é desbloqueado quando... nas missões, hein? Oxi. Catarina.
Wait! Look who it is! Thank goodness you're okay. We were so worried about you. Hey! This was supposed to be a touching reunion, but you're ruining the moment!
Actually, it's very smart of the traveler to be wary of me right now. After all, the doctor has shown that his technology can apparently even control human minds. Plus, it's not like you could have known what happened after we split up and I was facing the doctor by myself. Even a pool of stagnant water after a torrential storm can occasionally pass as a patch of sky.
Paimon feels like only the real Nahida could come up with such an obscure analogy.
Huh? But I wasn't trying to win your trust or anything. All I wanted was to clarify my point.
Well, we understand that point now. Please, Nahida, tell us more about what happened. Are those poor people all right?
When you left, I was still in the middle of restoring everyone's minds. Thankfully, when the doctor mentioned depositing information into the subconscious, he didn't mean engraving information into their minds. Instead, he did something closer to creating hallucinations. that was still within my power to fix. Luckily, I managed to finish my restorations and mind jump away from him just as he was about to capture me.
Whew. What a relief. The doctor sure pulled out some hidden cards, but good thing we had Nahida with us.
I wouldn't be relieved just yet. I gave away my true identity when I restored everyone's minds, which means we've lost another one of our trump cards. Also, the doctor is already an expert at modifying Akasha terminals. Maybe it's only a matter of time until he captures my consciousness inside the Akasha.
Would that mean you'd no longer be able to jump between minds? Then how do we stop him? He's still at the Academia, so it's possible he already started messing with the Akasha. Ugh, it feels like he's toying with us. What a nasty piece of work. Plus, the doctor's combat ability alone is apparently enough to make him worthy of being number 2 of the Fatui.
We shouldn't give up hope just yet. Let's try to find another way to attack this problem.
Actually, Nahida, how did you know we were trying to get to Party's Di? Have you been waiting for us?
Yes, I have. I can see the Traveler's elemental energy, so I deduced your destination by looking at the direction you were moving in. You didn't come here for sightseeing, right? Did you find any leads?
We're looking for a scholar we know. His name is Tainari, and the sages once tried to reach out to him. Why don't you come inside with us and see what we can find?
Okay, let's just hope we won't get him into trouble.
Eu já mostrei que eu falava que eu lembrava disso de outras vidas também. E tem a moto que eu meter nas plantas. Poxa, quem tá me esperando? Meu Deus do céu. Quem é tu?
Traveler? It is you!
Tu me conhece? Ah, tá, lembrei dela.
Ah, it's Hypatia!
Ah, what a pleasant surprise! It's so nice to see the two of you again.
Who's this?
She's a scholar we met in the Avidia Forest. When we last saw each other, she was still training in the, what's it called? Satyavada life?
Oh, I see.
That's right, we're old friends. You've come at just the right time. Ever since I've come here, hardly anyone has even talked to me.
Hypatia, you're way too excited about this. Actually, for you to leave the Avidia Forest means... you're not in training anymore? Wait, no. Did you already finish your training and reach Paripurna life?
What do you think? My consciousness has already managed to make contact with the divine.
You did it! Congratulations!
It's so exhilarating to share this sublime joy with others at long last. When my consciousness made contact with the gods. Ah, what a supreme and unparalleled experience that was.
That sounds incredible!
Oh, all right. Actually, please wait. I haven't forgotten my promise to you. Remember? I promised to help you understand what you saw from Irminsul once I gained deeper insights. My current self has not only gained true insight, but I can even help you establish a direct connection to the consciousness of the divine.
You can do that?
I've never heard of anything like that, but if you want to give it a try, I'll do my best to protect your consciousness during the process.
Hold on. I brought some spirit borneo with me. This is still a crucial part of the ceremony.
We're using that incense again?
All right now. Hold my hand. I'll help you establish a pathway to connect your consciousness.
Okay.
Ready?
Peraí. Eu não tô preparado. Esse negócio não me dá tonteira de novo.
It took 3 betrayals for me to finally understand. The world is just an elaborate tapestry of lies. My fury will never be quelled. The first to betray me was a god. My creator. My mother. Valuing strength above all, she saw no worth in me and I was discarded. The second was a human. My family. My friend. Consumed by fear, he saw me as an abomination. The third was one exactly like me. A hope for the future. A fledgling barely out of the nest. Powerless before his mortality, he broke his promise to me. Humans, they can't be trusted. And the gods fill me with pure loathing. So I said good riddance. I denounce the world and laugh in its face. My chest will never again be defiled by worldly filth. I will scrub away every last trace of human emotion. Then it will be empty, a blank slate, and ready to receive a supreme gnosis, brimming with pure divinity. There is no need to fear. The pain will be brief. Your era is coming to an end.
Que troço esquisito.
What was that? Did we actually just see the Balladeer's memories? Everything matches what we know about him. But how is he connected to the divine consciousness that Hypatia was talking about?
You saw it, right? You felt it, right? Such a majestic god! Such a noble will! Such sublime emotion! Alas, shame. If only that which beats within my chest wasn't a filthy mortal heart. Oh, great and merciful God! Please grant me forgiveness and salvation!
Do you understand now? I'm afraid this is no Purna life, but rather...
Ah! You! Why are you so mean to me? Why is everyone hiding from me? I found divine wisdom. Shouldn't I receive praise and honor? Haven't I uncovered that light in the darkness?
Hypatia?
That's how I always thought everything should be. Wait. Have I already lost my mind?
Pegou na batatinha.
Wait, something isn't right!
Perdeu a coitada. Se espera. Eu não vou perder esse bicho não. Eu vou cair fora. É sério, eu vou cair fora. Não, sério, eu vou cair fora, você é louco. Não vou enfrentar esse bicho não. Oxe.
Okay, we finally lost him. Are you okay, Nahida? Wait, no. Something feels different. You're back!
Oh, the traveler's back?
Nahida was controlling your body for a while. It seemed like she jumped over to you as an emergency measure right before the Catherine puppet was destroyed. After that, Tainari heard the commotion and came over. He helped us defeat the mercenaries and then he ran with us all the way here. What? You swapped places? You mean your consciousness also went into Nahida's body? Wait, then where is Nahida's consciousness? Where is she now?
I never imagined that an individual's consciousness could be transferred around like this. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would have never believed it. I don't think this can be achieved with current human technology. Also, while we were running, the consciousness in your body told me to pass on a message. She said, "The doctor has found a way to trap my consciousness, so I can't journey with you anymore. But even in a moonless night, a shower of starlight can still drown out illusions and lies."
Oh no! Nahida's trapped in the sanctuary of Surasthana for good this time. Is that message all she left for us? It's pretty vague.
Huh?
Oh, that makes sense. Since the doctor captured her, she won't be able to say anything without him knowing. She's being extra careful. Even in a moonless night, a shower of starlight can still drown out illusions and lies. Huh. Paimon knows the moon illusions and lies are from the alchemical divination at the Sub-Zero's festival. Didn't Nahida use a starlight analogy before? It had something to do with Sataria.
Yeah. Lua, ela.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Huh. Do you think Nahida was telling us to go find help in the desert? But she isn't with us anymore. Think we'll be okay?
Paimon, you said Sanctuary of Surasthana, correct? Does this mean that this Nahida you're talking about, the consciousness who was occupying the traveler's body, is the Dendro Archon?
Your guess is correct, but the situation's a bit complicated, so it's really hard for us to explain right now.
That's all right. A scholar's curiosity doesn't need to be appeased right away. As for the complicated nature of the situation, safe to say I have witnessed that for myself. I've spent some time with you, and it looks like the Dendro Archon's also on your side. So, I trust you.
Thank you, Tainari. Actually, we came here to ask you a question. What do you know about the project that the sages have been working on?
Ah, that. While I was indeed invited to join that project, the sages were always secretive about its scope and goals, so I eventually declined. All I know is that the project has something to do with the restoration of Irminsul.
Huh? Did you see something when you were in Nahida's body?
Sei lá, velho.
What?
Do you have any
Não
evidence?
sei responder. Hã? É, foi isso.
So that's what happened.
Toquei com
That explains why Hypatia's symptoms were different from those of the other scholars who went mad. It's because she made contact with the consciousness of a new god who is still in the process of being born.
Tainari, did you leave the Avidia Forest because of Hypatia?
I did. I noticed Hypatia's mental anomalies, but since her symptoms were rather atypical, I secretly took her to Pardis Di and began searching for a way to return her to her normal self. If I didn't take action, Hypatia would have already been taken by the Matra to the desert, doomed to a life of exile at Aru village. Now that you mention it, I knew the Academia has never thought particularly highly of Lesser Lord Kusanali, but I still didn't expect them to do something as arrogant as creating a new god. Looks like I made the right decision by not accepting their invitation. The Doctor and the Balladeer. We have 2 Fatui Harbingers in Sumeru. Sounds like we're in for a bad time. From your description, I don't think they've completed their project. There may still be room for us to intervene. But then, what is the connection between creating a new god and restoring Irminsul?
Yeah, it feels like we're still nowhere close to figuring out the sage's goals.
Primeiro deserto. Temos que detê-los.
Right. We've pretty much gone over everything we need to know, so we should head out. How about you, Tainari? What are you going to do?
I'll stay here for now. I still want to try a few more things to help Hypatia. If you're planning to go into the desert, start by heading for Caravan Ribat. That'll be your fastest route. Come find me here if there's anything else I can do to help. May the spirit of wisdom go with you.
Thanks, Tainari. Hopefully Hypatia will feel better soon. We're off
Já
then.
vamos mandar pro deserto. Sim. Ó minha mina, beleza. Acontecendo, né? Pô, que eu queria roubar ali, sabe? Vamos subir ali rapidinho. Não, no meu teletransporte. Eita, meu filho, tá Ah, são slimes. São só slimes. Vendo aqui, roubou a lista. Aqui, ó. Levou com ela. Valeu, acontecendo. Ela mais pra ter as orelhas com tudo. Eu fiquei de olho naquele robô ali, sabe? Cadê o robô? Eu fiquei de olho. Cadê aquele robô esquisitão lá? Eu fiquei de olho nele, sabe? Oxe, a Amy tá correndo ali. Que desgraçado. Ai, ai, socorro. São as Emidas também. Desgraçado. Invernos. Aqui, ó, esse robô aqui, ó. Vou aguentar. Sabe como? Eu vou mostrar. Não, velho, sem brincadeira com esse plano tudo aí. Já que eu fiquei de olho no robô, fiquei. Aqui, agora aqui, ó, tem um teleporte aqui que eu já... Eu já sabia que eu ia acabar indo pra esse lugar, então eu já desbloqueei os teletransportes. O lugar é bem heavy mesmo, mandava pro deserto, velho. Eu temia isso. Eu temia ter que ir pro deserto. Eu temia isso. Eu temia isso, velho. Eu temia isso, ter que ir pro deserto. Eu emita. Não emita. Rapariga. Você emita muito mais.
Travelers and visitors, don't miss out.
Rapaz, isso veio no mosquei ainda. Jogar bem é
Catch the wind.
vai bem deve ter aqui.
We finally made it to Caravan Rebot. It's pretty lively here. So, just past this wall is the desert, huh? Oh, wow. Paimon remembers hearing people call this the Wall of Samiel. It's made to block sandstorms from the outside. Oh, if it's this tall, it's gotta be the divine work of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, right?
Tô com medo desse deserto aí. Eu vi os bichos esquisitos.
Enough gawking. Come on, follow me.
Huh?
Você de novo?
Over here.
Oh, Hatham went that way! Let's hurry up and follow him. Wonder what he's up to.
Pô, quero correr pra essa pequenininha aqui do mapa. Tem que filmar ela. Tem coisa diferente. Pô, espera eu, cacete. Eu quero dar um cheiro naquela mina que tá vendo. Ah, os eremitas.
What the? Where did he go?
Ah, deixa eu arrebentar ele.
How did we lose him? They were just here a second ago.
More Eremite mercenaries? Who are they working for this time? Anyway, Traveler, it seems like we were being followed again.
You were too careless. You should have noticed those hopeless amateurs trailing you a long time ago.
Okay.
There's no need to thank me. I've never cared to keep track of personal favors. All I did was correct a mistake I happened to come across. It's a habit I developed at the academia.
You really gave Paimon a scare, Al-Hatham. We never thought we'd run into you here. Last time we met at Port Ormos, didn't you say you were going back to the academia? Wait, don't tell Paimon that you're here to take us back on their orders.
Oh, so you've already landed yourselves on the academia's hit list. I can't say that I didn't expect it. However, had I wished to turn you over to the academia, don't you think you'd already be the Eremites' honored guests by now?
Oh, right. You do have a point.
Não, e a minha vai ser só alguém enchendo.
I have no interest in running errands for that project. As a scholar, I've always belonged to the camp that promotes researcher autonomy. And these days, you're more fascinating than anything the sages can offer. Not quite. To tell you the truth, I'm still investigating the Divine Knowledge Capsule. Unfortunately, I've run into some difficulties. Everyone says the capsule originated in the desert and was eventually moved to Port Ormos. If I am to get to the bottom of this, I must understand how the capsule first came to be. Which brings me back to you and why you're so interesting. The leader of Ain al-Ahmar used the Divine Knowledge Capsule right in front of you, and upon seeing him, your expression became perplexed, and you were lost in thought for quite some time. To have that kind of reaction, I think you must have realized something. Are you interested at all in sharing what you've been hiding from me?
Haytham, you really have a ridiculous eye for detail. What kind of person even notices or remembers stuff like that?
So that's your answer. Well, I do work for the academia after all. So considering that, it is indeed wise to keep your cards close to your chest. But that does prove you do have some undisclosed information about the Divine Knowledge Capsule. Am I right? No matter. Rather than simply learning the answers from you, I'd still prefer to investigate on my own. Speaking of, you two are also headed to the desert?
That's right! We have the same plan as you! But we don't really have any concrete goals at the moment.
Then I'd suggest starting with Aru Village. It's the largest settlement in the desert, so it'll probably have more resources and intel than anywhere else. Well, would you like to
It's always better to travel with someone you know. Let's go!
Tá, tem um telefone ver aqui, então não tiver que botar a volta depois. Não, não dá, velho, não dá pra ficar. Só é missão, 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 coisa. Descansar um pouco. Deixa eu tentar. Tá só em missões o dia inteiro, chega. E se eu for naquela lugar? É, se não liberar, né, missão aí já é. E se eu convidar aqui quem depois sair? Não vai dar pra ver ainda. Pô, mais tarde, né? Eu vou gravar o The Sims um pouquinho, depois eu quero fazer pra ver a Ember. Bom, tentar fazer essa missão então, velho. Que coisa chata. Vou tentar fazer uma coisinha pra tentar liberar o modo online.
Relaxing after work is actually pretty nice.
Olha, não liberou o modo online. Tem que fazer aquela missão na marca. Tá bom, né? Fazer o quê? Se ficar sem ver a Ember hoje, paciência.
Okay, I'm gonna use this one.
Ah, é, foi também que eu gosto. Não, só pra ver se libera o modo online. Então eu dei um clique. É, tu fez a missão na máquina também. Ele fez a missão na marra dessa vez. Só deu pra fazer até 7h20. É, não vai dar pra ver a Ember mesmo. Fazer o quê? O paraíso mágico. Ah, é foda, viu? Pelo menos já vi aqui King. É, isso é importante. Faz essa maldita missão aí logo.
Before us lies Aru Village, the safe haven of the desert folk.
Whoa, this landscape is really something else. What a cool place! Let's go check it out!
É chato andar com esse chato aí. Esse cara é chato, mano. Mano, ficar andando com macho por aí é chato. Eu quero andar com a mina lá, cara.
Sino. Unless my memory fails me, we have barely spoken 2 words to each other before now at the Academia. Would you care to enlighten me as to when and how I invited the General Mahamatra's wrath?
Oh, Hatham. Do not think you can escape my judgment, just because you managed to escape my attack.
Judgment? So that's how you'd characterize your actions here, is it? Or would elimination perhaps be a more accurate description?
Had I used my full strength, not even this traveler would have been able to stop me. Though styled like an assassination, I sought only to ensure that my target would be unable to flee or resist. Standard practice for the Matra, as well you know.
Seemed to me more like your own personal touch.
Who is that, Al-Haytham? Did you call him General Mahamatra?
Yes. General Mahamatra Sino, head of all the Matra at the Academia. He's a formidable hunter, and the ultimate nightmare for any who have committed academic crimes.
You seem to have placed a lot of trust in Al-Haytham, to the point of blocking an attack for him. If I were you, I'd never choose to side with him. I wouldn't believe a single word that comes out of his mouth. I have been pursuing this scribe for a long time. I urge you, stand back and do not seek to defend him any longer. Otherwise, there will be consequences.
Has Al-Haytham done something wrong? Hyman doesn't think he's as bad as you've made him out to be.
I won't waste my breath explaining things. Al-Haytham, I saw it during our fight. Take it out. The divine knowledge capsule you're hiding on your person. Unless you want me to retrieve it for myself.
Very perceptive of you. Nothing escapes a Matra's senses.
Wait, the divine knowledge capsule? Didn't it fall into the Matra's clouds in Port Ormos?
7:15 já.
No wonder you speak with such confidence, Sino. But I must admit, I'm very curious. What does this capsule mean to you? And why, as General Mahamatra of the Academia, are you all alone in the desert? As far as I'm aware, the other Matra have been speculating about your disappearance. Have you been given a mission that's, let's say, morally dubious? If I was the real target of your mission, what was stopping you from simply using your authority and resources to judge me within the walls of the Academia?
Pô, me libera logo, cacete.
I should have known you'd be difficult to deal with.
You two! Ugh! What should we do, Traveler? Paimon feels like we can't trust either of them!
Ahem. Well, look at you two, acting all tough and self-righteous over there.
Wait, Dia?
Não, eu fiquei babando pra me engasgar.
Great! Finally, someone that we can trust! You gotta help us out here, otherwise these two are gonna start fighting again!
Yeah, sure looks that way. Two giants from the Academia duking it out once and for all. Not something you get to see every day, that's for sure. Listen, I know you academic types love to fill up your big brains with self-righteous morality and lord your empty rules and virtues over each other. But how dare you bring your petty disputes into the safe haven of Aru Village? It seems like someone's gonna have to beat some sense into your thick skulls until you finally learn to respect these grounds.
Tem que lutar? Ok. Se é o destino, né?
Hey, did either of you hear a word I just said?
Oxe, Saci.
Whoa, what's going on? The wind's so strong! Is this a sandstorm? Paimon's gonna get blown away!
Another sandstorm? What's up with these recently?
Hey! All of you, over here, quickly! We have to take cover!
Someone's calling for us! Oh, this wind is too strong! Let's get over there!
That sounded like Candace. Come on, you two. Jeez, are all of you Academia folks such hard work? Move it!
All right, stop yelling.
Tá na pedra, ficou ventando desse jeito. Viu? Me teleportaram pra sei lá onde sem a minha permissão. Sem o meu consentimento. Parece 7h20, vou cair fora. Voltar pra Mondstadt. Lugarzinho bem bacana. Do estilo bem Aebe mesmo. Tá, vai ficar um encarando o outro mesmo.
Well, this is pretty awkward. Hey, wanna play sardines with 3 people who wanna tear each other limb from limb? Sure, why not? Sounds fun. The air is so thick and heavy. Paimon can hardly keep floating anymore.
My sincere apologies, everyone. This is the home of our village chief. I will have to ask you to make do with this small room until the sandstorm dies down. Please, let me introduce myself. I am Candace, protector of Aru Village.
Our savior has come at last! Nice to meet you, Candace. The name's Paimon. Thank you so much for helping us.
There's no need to thank me. It's only right to help each other when the weather gets rough.
Wow, she's so gentle and caring, like a nice older sister. Unlike those guys over there.
All right, now that we're all better acquainted, we should return to the topic at hand. As a guardian charged with the responsibility to protect my fellow villagers from harm, I was observing your conflict from afar, even before the sandstorm started. And now that you have set foot within our village itself, it is all the more my responsibility to make absolutely sure that you pose no threat whatsoever to us. So please, have an honest and sincere conversation with one another, and put your hostile feelings to rest. If anyone dares to start anything again while they are under this roof, I will not hesitate to send them out for some quality time with the creatures of the sandstorm.
Oh, on second thought, Paimon may have misjudged Candace's character.
And that goes for you too, Miss Dia. Do I make myself clear?
All right, we got it, Candace.
That's what I like to hear. So, which of you will begin?
I was supposed to be a mediator, but I might have gotten a little too involved just now. Anyway, one of those two should probably start talking.
Wait, that was you trying to be a mediator?
I have nothing to hide, so there's no shame in explaining myself. While Alhaitham wasn't wrong about the other Matra not knowing my whereabouts, it's not because I've been assigned a morally dubious mission. Rather, I've chosen to exile myself.
Huh? Exile yourself?
A little while ago, I discovered that there was data missing in the Academia's project planning and development files. What little they did report clearly did not match the project's actual progress. As General Mahamatra, I had the responsibility and authority to request an audit. However, to my surprise, the person responsible for the erroneous data was none other than Grand Sage Azar himself. I tried to investigate the issue myself before submitting a formal audit request, but I soon found that all leads and potential pieces of incriminating evidence were carefully concealed from me. I began to realize that they were cautious of me from the very beginning. Unsurprisingly, the Grand Sage rejected my audit request as soon as the submission reached his desk. He even said to me, "The power of the General Mahamatra is granted by the sages. You have no right to judge us."
So they really are up to no good.
I realized then that to the Grand Sage, the Matra are nothing more than tools for the sages to assert and maintain their control over knowledge. The vows that we took, the principles that we strive to uphold, they are meaningless to the academia of today. I believed it would be wise to flee the academia before the sages had a chance to take action against me. This way, they can no longer see nor predict my actions. I will never give up on this investigation. There's no need for someone else to give me power or authority. Once I find the truth, I will administer judgment by my own name.
Sino seems to have the same goal as us. We're all investigating the sages. Plus, now that he's no longer the General Mahamatra, he somehow feels a lot less scary. Well, Sino, if that's your story, then why did you see Alhaitham as a target?
When I was investigating the matter in the academia, I overheard a conversation between Alhaitham and a sage. The sages asked you to investigate a blonde-haired traveler. Do you dispute this, Alhaitham?
What?
Like many parts of the project, this assignment was undocumented. Now throw in your suspicious behavior with the Divine Knowledge Capsule, and I think we deserve an explanation.
Yes. I was indeed tasked with investigating the Traveler.
Alhaitham!
After all, the promised reward was so great that hardly any scholar could have refused. The sage told me, once you've completed this assignment, I can give you a glimpse of divine knowledge.
A most enticing offer.
Unfortunately, those academics don't know me at all. Their words contained one key piece of information. namely that divine knowledge indeed exists. That gave me all I needed to know. From my perspective, the sages are far from trustworthy. Think about it. Isn't it a little strange they're so willing to share divine knowledge with anyone, even as a reward? So, I began my own investigation following the lead of the divine knowledge capsule. In the end, I realized my wisdom in committing to this rather than collaborating with the sages. Had I been less guarded, I probably would have ended up like that Ain al-Ahmar mercenary, incapable of remaining sane for long enough to hold a conversation.
You mean that the sages originally planned to dispose of you, using one of those capsules that drive people insane?
I'd already given up on the assignment by then. I only told the academia I was waiting in Port Ormos for you to appear so they wouldn't suspect anything. So it came as quite a surprise when I encountered my erstwhile target while investigating the divine knowledge capsule.
Criminals do love to talk about coincidences.
Even though I ran into the Traveler by chance, I had no intention of providing assistance to the academia. Also, you should remember, you were the ones who decided to follow me and strike up a conversation after I left that tavern.
That's true. Al-Haytham helped us out at Caravan Rebat as well. Maybe he's telling the truth.
I'm willing to apologize, if that's worth anything to you. I took the divine knowledge capsule behind your back because I judged its existence to be a significant risk. I felt that it would be best for no one to interact with it before it had been properly studied. After all, curiosity often proves to be the most dangerous thing in this land.
You should be well aware, Scribe Al-Haytham, that curiosity can also lead you to danger and suspicion. Answer me this. Did the sages share any information about their project with you?
Have I not made myself clear? You and I are both distrusted by the academia. Do you really think they would tell me anything?
Fine. Although you haven't completely proven your innocence, I won't regard you as an enemy, for now.
As you wish.
Good. I'm glad to see you two clearing up your misunderstandings. And now you, Dia. I believe it's your turn.
Oh, sorry. Whatever the boys were talking about must have been so boring that I spaced out. My situation is pretty straightforward. My employer, Dunyarzad of the Homayani family, is friends with the Traveler and is currently recovering from her illness at home. I had nothing going on, so I decided to return to Aru village for a visit. I was actually looking forward to a pretty exciting time getting back together with everyone here. But then I saw these two random guys in the middle of a pointless argument. It ticked me off, and things went downhill from there.
Is that all? Well, I will admit that definitely sounds like your style. In that case, welcome back, Dia.
That's more like it. I missed you all so much, Candace.
Whoa! What was that sound?
No need to worry. Now that you're no longer at each other's throats, please make yourselves at home. I'll take a quick trip outside to clear out some of those creatures in the sandstorm.
Creatures? In the sandstorm? Are you sure you don't want some backup?
Fighting in a sandstorm is not for the faint-hearted. Anyone without extensive training in these conditions is at a disadvantage. You needn't worry.
Yeah, just leave him to Candace. Don't worry, she's as tough as they come.
The winds died down. That means the sandstorm's over, right? Candace still isn't back yet, though. Is she alright? Maybe we should go out and check on her.
When you put it that way, even I'm starting to feel a little worried. All right, let's go. We've been here long enough, and the boys are as chatty as the floor.
Tá bom que eu já salvo o vídeo e vou postando. Não, agora que liberou o modo online. Nossa, já comer alguma coisa. Tá chegando a esfirra.